Hello and welcome. It's World Building Wednesday. Hello, everybody. Hello, Zebus, ProStar, Ash, Tyler, Brentley, Edtastic. Hello, everybody. We are going to be doing another set of solo missions today, or side quests, involving Morana, Lamortia, and Kellen Aldane. After those are said and done, we'll be working on the heritages of Adis, working on things like goblinoids, and some of the others, and seeing if they need any adjustments. Hopefully you all are having a fantastic Wednesday. I know I am. It does seem that OBS is struggling a little bit, so I do apologize. I do not know if it's the internet or if it's Twitch, but hopefully it clears itself up. Hey, Cody. Hey, Mystic. I'm currently sort of getting everything situated, last minute checks, everything like that. And then once that's done, we'll be hopping over, getting introduced to our player, and then going from there. Okay, I believe everything is Gucci. We're going to go ahead and transition over. All right. You will notice that it is just me and Morana Lamortia. Morana is going to be the focus of the first side quest today, and we're going to be covering what she's going to be doing during her 2 weeks. You also notice that behind me is the Void, currently bereft of life, of purpose. However, as you all talk and chat, that void will fill up with your presence, and your words will be recorded in history for all future VOD watchers and all future YouTube watchers, as this VOD will be split up between the solo sessions and the heritage building. Let's go ahead and let's get introduced to our first player. Hello, gamer.
Oh, you startled me.
Good.
Oh, no.
Are you able to fully see the game? Can you hear everything that's going on?
Yes, I can hear the music going. I can see all of our lovely little markers over here.
Perfect. The purpose of these solo sessions is to figure out what your character has been doing during these 2 weeks of downtime. These, hopefully, will serve as the first of many downtime activities that the party will be able to sort of go on during their own leisure. We've already done Ashilde's, and Ashilde's 2 weeks went ahead and happened, as well as her actions have affected the town. Uh, the pace of this is dictated by you, the player, and how much you interact with the world and how much you sort of move about, how much you are driven by your own ambition. This can take 30 minutes. This can take 6 hours. The choice is yours.
Understand.
Do you have any questions for me before we begin?
Other than the little bit of information I was given at the start, I think we're good.
Understood. Currently, it is the 23rd of Starfall, well into the evening. You are inside Reynolds' basement with the rest of your companions. The Basilisk Emperor's corpse is strung up, hung by spectral chains above the carving table. As well, the eggs that have been pilfered and have been brought into Reynolds' care rest just beneath it. Reynold turns his attention to all of your companions and says, "You're right. It's probably best you go ahead and get some rest. The singing tear is probably waiting for you. Go get some food. Get yourself situated. I'll call for you during the week. Get your opinions on what I'm making, what I'm carving off this. You got any questions for me?"
Morana gives a moment for any of the others to speak. But then she kind of does the half raise of her hand where it's maybe like the two fingers in the air. What time should I be present for, well, more likely these? She starts digging for the other 2 basilisk vials that were collected from the mate, but also to continue what to start work on. And she points behind towards the strung up emperor.
You can go ahead and show up early in the morning. I need to tell the others that Ashilde wants to go ahead and gather some carts. So I'll be up early in the morning. Just let yourself in.
Morana nods and makes a note to herself to probably bring extra coffee in the morning.
Is there anything else?
She doesn't say a word. Kind of the travel of the day.
It would be that acknowledgement that he sees. Looking across almost all of your companions, nearly half of you have exhaustion to some degree, either one point or several points. And Reynold gestures to the basement stairs. Go ahead and get yourself some rest. I would gesture you all out.
In that case, supposing we are all shooed away for the evening, I suppose Morana et al. Would eventually, at their own paces, if they choose to deviate or not, make her way back to the singing tier.
You do travel with at least a bulk of your companions. Some may deviate, some may go off on their own paths, but at least if nothing else, you know that Ashilde is going there. And as you arrive, you would find it well into the evening. Go ahead and drag your little token.
My little token. Up. Uh-oh. Up, there we go. Okay. Why did it not move?
It looks like you have it set on the ruler tool.
I don't.
Interesting.
Oh boy!
Refresh, smile.
Okay, refreshing the game. Yay. I'll let you know when I'm back. But yeah, I do imagine through the walk there'd probably be some idle chit chat, at least with Ashilda, kind of expressing her relief, if nothing else, that it's finally dead. And just a sigh of whatever little air carries in her lungs just sort of deflates.
That sensation of this being done, this creature that had been hounding you for well over 50 days now, a month and a half, if not more. The idea that it's finally done is. The weight off your shoulders is immense. And the walk back is serene. There is a calm here in Elion. And you can see that maybe there are some folks that are out well into the evening, but not many. Many are already asleep, and you would find a similar situation there in the Singing Tier. The hearth still burns, but mostly embers now. The downstairs is completely devoid of life, and the rest of your companions muck their way upstairs to their bedrooms. Is there anything you would like to do tonight before you go ahead and take a long rest?
Knowing that, should they be here, that no doubt Silverhill and Uria will be misering the baths. Hers will just have to wait until even earlier in the morning. And with a little bit of a resigned sigh, but not disappointed, just sort of in anticipation of her compatriots' actions, just sort of makes her way to her room and, doffs the armor and feels really glad to be sleeping on something soft without imminent fear of eyes in the dark.
Indeed. The calm, again, is palpable. It's all of your companions feel this sense of ease. And as you rest in this almost lavish bed, at least compared to sleeping on bedrolls out in the wilderness, it feels like luxury. Your companions all eventually go to bed, and you follow suit. However, you would wake up relatively early. At least your body's sort of natural reaction is waking up.
Too many watches.
Indeed. You can go ahead and hit the long rest button for me.
Yeah, boy.
With that, this starts the 2 weeks of downtime.
I have no exhaustion.
Perfect. You wake up bright and early, and the smell of food is there to greet you. You would hear chatter already downstairs as others are sort of filtering in. You would wake up about the same time as some of your other companions who do not have exhaustion. You definitely woke up before Ashilde. And as you would gather your equipment, is there anything you were doing before you head downstairs for food?
Oh, Definitely taking a long bath now that probably the soak club probably got it out of their system overnight.
Understood. All right. Then I think perhaps with a long bath, you would actually miss the sort of traveling troupe. Uh, as you make your way, once you are freshly cleaned, dried off, all of your equipment is donned, and you make your way downstairs, you would see that there is still food waiting, fresh and hot, as Guinevere has made flapjacks. And you would be able to watch out through the window as a number of carts sort of fastened together and led by sort of larger horses with Ashilde, Mr. Broadhurst, and some other members here of Eliond begin to make their way out of town.
Seeing, oh, they're already in transit, correct?
Indeed, they're basically moving already.
A little bit mentally scolding herself for not understanding that that's probably what was happening with all the commotion. Morana tries to scurry over to the front doors and at least wave her goodbyes and well wishes to Ashilda and Mr. Broadhurst. Whether they hear her from where they're at already is another thing entirely. But
well, thankfully you shout. And it is Mr. Broadhurst and some of the other companions that turn back to look at you, offering a wave in return as they eventually get too far to see you anymore.
satisfied and realizing it's still raining on her, she scurries back in and essentially makes her way to the counter for breakfast, seeing that the others are not yet present.
Indeed.
Or already gone for the day.
Indeed. Some of your companions still sleeping in with multiple points of exhaustion. Others already bright and early doing whatever task they needed to do today. Of which you would arrive at the bar or at the counter and find Gerald, who's in the process of sort of gathering up plates and smiles very warmly at you after seeing you wave off your companion and returns. Miss Lamortia, how can I help you this bright and early morning?
Well, I think it's going to be a very long day. Not an unpleasant one this time, mind you. I'll have, well, really anything that Guinevere's made.
All right. I'll get you set up with a nice plate. And what would you like to drink this morning?
Oh, I think we're going to need some coffee. I'll need some, well, enough for 3. And this time,
And excited as she is, she goes digging onto a little belt pouch and produces just more so excited and to show Gerald, pulls out a mixed handful of coins, mainly silvers and coppers, but there's a gold in there.
He sort of raises his brows once hearing you rummage through your coin purse, producing currency, and he sort of raises his brow, sort of trying to see what you're doing.
well, I mean, I can pay for it this time.
Oh, all right. All right. Well, give me just a moment to get yourself situated then. Let me get your food and everything for you, and then I'll tell you what the total is, all right?
She nods, just excited to have a little bit of that weight, even if it's just for coffee and breakfast today, lifted to no longer be surviving on the kindness of strangers entirely.
There is again, that warm smile persists even now. It's going to cost you. Are you ready?
Oh,
It's going to cost
Ready.
you 3 silver pieces.
Oh boy. Listen, that was better than the 0 we started out with. She takes a moment to fish through the, admittedly, handful of coinage that she just willy-nilly produced. And pluck the 3 silver coins from the mess of coppers that she sort of more or less haphazardly folded into this portable coin pouch for the day.
That's mighty kind of you. I'll get your flapjacks right and prepared for you. You said you wanting... Did she say that she wanted coffee?
Yes, enough
Perfect.
for 3.
Enough for 3. All right. I'll go ahead and I'll get you situated with that. Give me just a moment here. And you'd watch as he turned back, sort of like tossing the coins up in his palm for a moment. And there is this almost like not happy, but almost like a pride on his in his expression as he sort of curls the coins into his palm and then just pockets them into like a pouch on his apron.
And Morana waits, more or less just kind of still riding that little bit of pride that she's not been able to feel in some time. Her feet just kind of kicking at the bar stool, and kind of like absently plays with her hair, which she realizes now has gone uncut for about 2 months
Indeed.
since Hayne Keep, so it is it's gotten considerably longer.
It would be a very quick turnaround where Gerald comes back with a rather large plate, or perhaps it's just that the flapjacks are large. It's hard to tell. Setting it down in front of you, and instead of just individual coffee cups, he would place down this sort of steaming pitcher and a cup beside it. Right. Anything else for you this morning?
I don't know. It's... No, I think I'm doing well.
She says, kind of nodding after a thoughtful moment.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. And I thank you for all you've done.
Did Ashilda leave with anyone else?
Oh, no, it was just her and Mr. Broadhurst and a couple of the lads. They're going out. They told us that you found some supplies, and they're bringing them back here.
Oh, yes. There were several crates. I hope the horses can pull it all.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, there were several crates. I hope they can bring it all back in one go.
Oh, aye. That's why we got the, all of the carts sort of situated in the way they are. We got some of the strongest horses, courtesy of Shane, and, went ahead and hopefully we'll be able to bring it all back. And once it's here, Miss Calvert and I are going to see to distributing it to all the folks that need it.
Morana takes a long sip of coffee whilst listening, and then kind of just eases into her bar stool very casually. They're not, at least she's not planning any grand expeditions for the day.
Well,
What of Cole? How has he fared?
Oh, Cole. Oh, aye, he's, the boy has some learning to do. Nothing too extreme though. He's got most of it down. I mostly been having him do some chores around, and he's been picking up on just about everything I've been teaching him. Quick learner, that one.
He was very eager.
Oh, tell me about it. I think I'm finally getting him to start calling me Gerald instead of Firebeard.
Morana chuckles at that.
Just as we tried.
Oh, I believe you. Trust me. He I don't know what Spinebreaker's been telling folks, but I hope it's nothing but good things. He's making me out to sound like some sort of legend.
Well, I mean, none of us anticipated you knowing Spinebreaker. At least the one we met.
He sort of pauses for a moment. Oh, I guess that's fair. I spent a fair bit of time after my accident, just sort of wandering about, and I met him and his folk. He was good people.
He has an orc of his word, if nothing else.
Oh, aye, he is. You can see him sort of like, his mind almost seems to be wandering, like recalling memories. And he's just sort of like nodding, either to you, to himself, it's not entirely clear. Just holler if you need me any, alright?
Okay, I'll stop bothering you.
Oh,
And she just kind of smiles a little bit.
You're not bothering me. I got dishes to clean. It's
Louder.
All right.
She kind of puts on the facade of being, just shunted away. Like, okay, I'm not bothering you.
No. I just got dishes to do. I'll be all right. Everything's all right. Don't worry, none. And he would turn and very quickly hurry his way back into the kitchen. You would hear, as the door opens, you would hear Guinevere laughing.
Morana smirks, and then the syrup on the flapjacks tastes all the sweeter this morning.
It is a delicious breakfast, and given some of the recent incidences with Alaric's cooking, it is a pleasant reprieve. What else are you doing this morning?
Probably once finishing up, see if she can get that the rest of that coffee to go, and eventually make her way to. Well, no, the general store would be closed. Darn.
Well,
I mean, there's only one way to find out.
I was about to say.
But she would go ahead and grab whatever container Gerald could spare to bring some additional coffee to Shane and Reynold, but then make a quick stop by the general store to see if it's open still. Maybe Mr. Broadhurst has another employee running it for now.
Thankfully, the picture that Gerald gave you is this like sort of bright bronze one, and you would see that along the sort of rim of it, where you would pour from, there are these small etchings and marks. You're familiar with a lot of like sort of the quality of life or comfort that Elion employs, and a lot of their things, mundane as they might be, are these sort of like common or sort of basic magic items. Pitchers that can keep drinks cold or hot, little stones that can heat up or, cool your bath, things like that. And this is no exception, especially here in the singing tier. So you are given a pitcher and just asked that you bring it back once it's done. Or if you're bringing it to others, have them bring it back on your behalf if you have other things to do.
Very well. Morana will keep that in mind. Now, is it like a thermos dealie? Like you can seal the top?
Yes.
Okay, great. In that case,
It's
yeah.
an open pitcher.
Yep, I was like, when you said pitcher, I was thinking
you're gonna spill it on yourself the moment you step outside.
I was actually thinking like Oktoberfest beer girl, just bringing that over. That would be weird. But yes, sealing the arcane thermos, for lack of a better term. She'll kind of arrange that in her bag, and make her way to the general store.
Okay. Approaching Mr. Broadhurst's general store, as you have before in the past.
I have been on this roof before.
Indeed. Opening the door, you would find the self-same store open for business, even with a little placard on the front saying as such. The numerous shelves that line the interior with furled coats, as well as numerous supplies and equipment that are slowly dwindling. But hopefully with the return of this, you will find that these shelves will be stocked again. They're back currently to you. You would see a... give me just a moment. Of course, I lose the reference.
No!
Guys, I'm a professional dungeon master. Where is it? There it is. You would find they're back currently to you wearing this sort of white linen tunic. Sleeves pulled up. They are currently organizing some things on the shelf. You would see swept back black hair, sort of pulled into a smaller sort of ponytail of sorts. As they turn around and look at you, it's a familiar face. It's Dominic.
Oh!
And he looks very surprised to see you.
Yeah, no, I imagine the surprise is kind of mutual. I didn't expect him to be here.
Oh, hello.
And she kind of just tries to, like, peeking through the shelves as she's kind of scurrying up to the front.
You would see his mouth partially agape for a moment as he sort of stares at you. There's a moment where his brain is attempting to catch up with the numerous thoughts currently racing through it, and he eventually goes, good morning. Good morning.
Oh, yes. Very early in the morning, but yes.
You'd see him bring his hands together, sort of rubbing his palm against the top of his knuckles as he sort of chuckles awkwardly, and then gives a nod and goes, how can I help you this morning?
Oh, well, I mean, it's a shot in the dark, but would you maybe have any books? I mean, like journals for writing in?
Oh, you know what? I think we do got something in the back. Give me just one moment.
Yes, sure.
This sort of, you can see there's this sort of like stilted motions that he's going through, trying to remain very calm as he very hurriedly into the back room. And you would hear rummaging of things, something almost falling. Going, oh, shit.
Morana just, like, cranes neck over to almost see what's going on in the back room.
Just in time for him to return.
Swoop!
He would, you'd watch as he'd come back out holding this sort of dark brown journal. It's about medium size, not as large as like an actual book, but something personable that you could like pretty much keep in a satchel. Oh, is there you need anything to write with, or?
She thinks for a moment and then kind of brings her hand to her head.
Oh, yes, I would. I had a quill and ink, and then I lost it, and haven't really had the time or.
No,
Yes.
All right. Give me just one moment. And he would hurry back again, and this time return even faster, as if sort of prepared. And he would place down the journal, and on top of it, this sort of dark black, like thinner utensil. You would see with a sort of pointed tip at the end, like sort of bright silver that contrasts against the black. Setting it down, Mr. Broadhurst had a couple of these laying around, just a journal and an ink pen.
Oh.
I know it's not a quill or anything like that, but it's handy when writing out in all your adventures and everything like that.
Well, not sure if I'll be writing of my adventures soon, but eventually, yes. But I thought you were in the southern farms.
Well, she kind of like gestures behind.
Oh, so my right, this is probably really weird. So I was coming up.
You'd be hard pressed to find anything strange, put anything strange by me.
What? Well, so I was coming up here, and I was stopping by the Singing Tear, and Mr. Broadhurst was there, and he asked a favor of me, and if I could watch a store. Now the reason I was up here is you can see this sort of like anxiousness that's present on his face before he eventually brings a hand up, sort of rubbing at his neck. Can you wait here just one moment? It'll be real quick, I promise.
Oh, sure. I can do that.
Morana says, kind of like with her pack, trying to begin digging for coinage, and also kind of check on the coffee, make sure it's still hot, even though she knows it is.
Anything to distract herself. He very quickly departs back, and he would come back out just a few moments later with something behind his back, and he would you would see that there was like this partially flustered and or like flush to his cheeks. See, I've been by the Singing Tear a number of times already, and I just I always seem to miss you. You're always gone or out doing an adventure or something like that. So I thought, hearing you and your folks coming back, I thought I'd be able to see, but I got caught up in helping Mr. Broadhurst. I didn't get to leave it behind, but this was for you. And you'd watch as he'd present these sort of bright, like white flowers in like a bouquet, and sort of hold them out.
Morana with her hands full of stuff at the moment, just sort of pauses for a moment.
I I meant to give them to you sooner, but like I said, every time I came back, you were always gone, or I didn't want to run the risk of leaving them there, and you being gone for like a week or so, right? So yeah, these are for you.
What kind of flowers are they, DM?
These are these sort of thinner petals, but these are like almost like white, or not pearlescent white, but very close, sort of lilies.
How fitting.
Miss Miss Calvert was kind enough to help me out. So hopefully you like them.
Um, Morana fidgeting with her bag for a moment, putting things back, rearranging things. Eventually, just a tad bit unceremoniously, just kind of lets it fall to the floor, more or less. Just gentle, just lets the backpack just kind of fall after messing with it long enough, and just kind of moves forward to collect them. Like,
oh,
she's.
I mean, unless you don't like them, then I can go back to Miss
No,
Calvert. And,
I've never gotten flowers before.
you can see his brows sort of together. Really?
She kind of like gingerly kind of begins like taking a few of them at a time. Again, not
No, I mean that I've had flowers in my rooms, but never any given to me in so many.
And she kind of begins like, yeah. I imagine the bouquet is maybe slightly too big for her hands.
You can definitely tell it's half orc built.
So
to him it's a normal amount, but it's not until it gets into your hands that he sort of realizes how much it is, and he goes, "Oh, damn it!"
Oh no. They're beautiful. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome. I'm glad you like them. I wanted to, if you would be interested, you don't gotta be or nothing like that, or don't feel obligated, but if you would care to join me for dinner.
She takes a moment, kind of adjusting the bouquet more or less in her arms/hands, and then there's this flashbulb moment that she has from, I think, all the way from the Bright Festival, that much like this basilisk hunt was something she had put off for quite some time. I have that in my notes. And she goes,
Yes, I hadn't forgotten. I've just been so busy.
I know. I didn't want to pressure you none, because again, you've been, from what I've been hearing, you and yours have been doing a lot for all my folks here. So I didn't want to be like, sort of knocking at your door every day.
No, because like said I wouldn't be there, and fighting basilisks and strange things, and sure, dinner. When?
Now it's his turn where he goes, oh shit.
Wait a minute.
Is tomorrow too soon or?
Morana thinks.
Well, I have a thing that I'm doing, but
No, it's all right.
No. I just need to find out how long that will take. I don't think it's gonna take me too long. But once I know, you'll be here.
Yeah. No, I'll still be running the store. I'm gonna close it before evening time, but I already have just in case. I can get somebody else to watch, and I'll pick you up.
Morana, it just kind of nods, not quite sure how to perform the rest of this exchange. And as she begins like gathering up her things, she'll just be like nodding and even gathering like the book and the pen and just everything, just hand bag, like nod, smile, like yeah, okay, we're doing this.
There's the same expression where he's like, all right, yeah, that's awesome, that's great. I look forward to it.
Yes. Yep. Soon as I know, I'll tell you this either today or tomorrow, and I'll let you know. And
Perfect. Yep. And then as he's sort of like, he stops and goes, oh shit. The book and everything.
Yeah,
Right.
Morana halfway
I'm so
across
sorry.
the store.
No. I'm the one who almost walked out without paying again for things. How much?
And once again, like the things spill out of her arms, and she goes back into her bag.
Let me get the prices real quick. You were just a second. And you would reach down, grabbing sort of a ledger underneath and sort of flipping through the pages. It's just a journal, ink pen. Shit, where is that page? All in all, it's going to be about 5 gold and 5 gold and 6 silver pieces.
Morana again, and just digging into her bag.
Is it okay if it's in silver?
Oh yeah. I don't mind counting none.
She begins.
Doling out silver pieces.
Yep, doling out silver pieces. So you said 5 gold and 6 silver?
Indeed.
So 56 silver?
Indeed. This little mountain that you've made. And he goes, that's, I don't think Mr. Broadhurst was telling me all the facts. That is a lot of coin. It'll just take a quick moment, I promise. Don't. Begins counting, trying to count really fast as to not keep you here too long.
How well does he seem to know his numbers and such?
Dominic, being the son of one of the sort of head farms here in Eliond, does seem very well versed in both arithmetics and like reading and writing. Compared to, say, somebody like Shane, Shane, who had spent most of his time not knowing much about reading or writing, or barely some arithmetics, Dominic here appears to be very well versed, or at least educated.
Good to know. Good to know.
Counting the coins, he'd give a nod. Right, everything seems to be in order. Do you want a little marker just in case?
Oh, yes, I should grab one of those.
All right. He'd basically give you what is effectively your receipt.
Fair enough, yeah. Because she almost walked out with the goods before, she definitely wants to make sure she has that on her.
And hey, it was really good seeing you again. I'm glad I got to catch you this time.
She kind of at the door kind of gives him a smile and
You too, Dominic. It's always nice to run into someone who remembers you. Okay.
and then just darts out.
Unseen as you are running away is Dominic standing there for several moments and then fist pumping. Yes. All right. What are your plans for the rest of your morning now that you have a journal and an ink pen and
Journal.
a bouquet of
required.
lilies?
A whole ass bouquet.
A fucking bushel of lilies.
Morana conveniently forgetting that fact as she has, even though they're still in her arms, begins her trek all the way. And she's like, more so just armful of stuff, kind of head down, just like booking it. Like not running, but definitely that kind of like just really fast walking.
And there are folks that are sort of like looking at you as you walk past, as you sort of like speed walk past, unnaturally fast, I might add. But there are some that sort of like look at your flowers, look at you as you're walking past, and they sort of wave and greet you.
Yeah, Morana does her best with stuff in hand to wave at people that do manage to catch her eye when she's not staring at her feet.
And you would find yourself eventually on the outside of the Slayer's home.
Adjusting things in arms, Morana makes a slightly awkward knock at the front door.
Knocking. There's a moment where there's no response, and then you would eventually hear it. The sort of grunt, and then the walking of footsteps approaching. Door opens, and it's Reynold that greets you. Then he sort of pulls the door fully open, and as his attention lingers on you for a moment, it drifts a little lower and goes, "You're not proposing, are you?"
What? No, I just ran into someone. They're a gift, for me. Can I come in?
Mm-hmm.
I have coffee.
Come on in.
Okay.
I'll get a vase.
She just kind of like opens her mouth to protest, but can't before Reynold is gone.
You would hear a sort of clattering in the kitchen as he puts down his coffee mug, and then would also present this sort of like crystal-like vase that probably hasn't seen flowers in it in God knows how long. And just sort of like, you could see there's like dust on it, right? Like, just sort of like lays that out there, and then would wait for the coffee.
Yeah, Morana is very quick to proffer the thermos of coffee while getting her own personal crap in line.
Much appreciated. Pouring himself some coffee, he'd set the thermos down, grabbing his mug, and then take a sip, and there's this visible relief that washes over him, and he nods. All right.
Morana is finishing making a place and just getting the flowers into a vase. Arranging is a strong word for what she's doing. But essentially getting that situated, getting her stuff situated, and has the notebook in hand with the ink pen.
All right. So, when do we begin?
He takes another sip. Yeah, we can begin now. Grab the thermos.
And as instructed, Morana will bring the thermos.
And he would wake his way out and sort of eventually lead back to the basement. And as he steps down, you're sort of brought back into that sterile environment. You would hear the sort of reverberating sound of him sipping the coffee as he passes by, giving a glance to the strung up Emperor Basilisk. Right. So, you got some vials, yeah?
Yes, I managed to harvest the meat that was present.
Good.
And she'll show the 2 other vials of basilisk bile.
Additionally, we found something strange while traveling back. The river, there was something floating in it.
And she'll also pull out the vial of strange oil.
He takes another sip.
It had a rather devastating effect on Alaric when he got the stuff on him.
Like what?
It seemed to reopen his wounds, caused him to bleed, and it turned a bright red color. It's strange on its own, but the fact that it was in the river on our way to Elion's was, well, we thought it was something for concern. I don't mean to bring
Nah, I know.
bad news.
I know. It's just... I'll have to study it. You can see him sort of like purse his lips in thought as he's holding his coffee cup, and then just go ahead and put it down on the table.
Morana, being the lab assistant, will do so.
Right. You remember what you need to mix with the bile.
She nods and goes ahead and begins first laying out the bile, making sure she has a spare vial or 2. Kind of takes out the alchemy box given to her by Alaric, as she has stored all of this in there, and will begin gathering the materials.
He'd nod. Sort of standing, not over your shoulder, but sort of like adjacent to you so he can watch you working the sort of the kit that is here. This rather large sort of alchemist's kit that is present with a number of beakers and burners. And as you are gathering the equipment, he's sort of nodding along. Right. Okay.
And as she's going, Morana's taking notes in her new notebook.
Perfect. Do you remember what the role associated with this was?
I believe it was potentially an investigation. I don't 100% remember. Let me see.
Give me just a moment.
No, that one was cancelled due to technical difficulties.
Basilisk. Ah, okay.
Ah.
I believe this was a flat roll that you did.
Oh boy.
Indeed.
All right.
Yeah, it was a I believe a medicine check.
Ah, I see. Okie dokie. So, medicine?
I need to grab the DC 1 moment.
Sure thing.
Where are you? Indeed.
Also.
Medicine check. Yes.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Perfect.
12.
Okay. Mixing the mercury and the and sort of and the gathered bile and sort of fusing the two together with a 12, you are successful in making the first of 2 antidotes.
Nice. Oh. Let me load Morana's dice, however. Okay, so mark off 2 petrification cures.
And let's go ahead for the final bile.
Oh, that was something else.
She punches it. Randall goes, all right.
Randall's like, that's one way of doing it.
Not how I would do it, but by all means.
This mouse is something else. Ooh.
There was at least the first one a success. The second one, a too thick of a blend of mercury that's added, which very rapidly dilutes the entirety of the bile. And Reynold, sort of watching over his shoulder, would sort of wait for it to finish and be like, all right, what do you think you did wrong?
I imagine Morana has gloves on for this process.
Absolutely.
And is like absolutely like kind of like more or less like pouring this mixture out, and it is like it's somehow even waterier than Quicksilver.
Oh.
And she's like trying to keep it in her hand, but it's just, and it's almost like attempting to soak into the gloves.
It's not nearly concentrated enough.
Aye. You diluted it. But it's all right. Your first one was a success. This one is just too much of a blend. But you're getting there. You need to make sure that you're double checking your measurements. Too much of one chemical can ruin the other. And then things like this, if it runs too quick, it's not going to unpetrify them. You might unpetrify streaks, but you'll leave the rest of the host petrified, which means you're condemning them to a slow death. That's all right.
Morana begins wiping off her hand on an apron or whatever she's given and reaches out and begins writing that down too.
Basically, the first one done to the letter. The second one to sort of mess up in terms of measurements, but something that is easily remedied by sort of taking your time next time. As well, you're not proficient in the skill, so a number of these sort of beakers and instruments are familiar, but some are perhaps not fully you're not fully aware of, or they haven't been fully explained. So it may take a little bit longer, but no worries. You at least got one more success towards your apprenticeship.
Okay, let me update that.
And about how long would the brewing of 2 potions take?
This is over the course of 2 hours
Each or just in total?
in total.
Okay.
Well, I still have some other materials I can practice on.
He sort of at this point, all the coffee's gone.
Oh yeah, I imagine there was enough for 3. Shane saw none of it.
Absolutely. Shane wasn't even there, so he just like, more for
Yeah.
me. Coffee's
Morana
gone.
maybe got like a second cup while they were down here.
All right. What other supplies did you get?
Well,
And she'll kind of take off the gloves and go through her box and procure the basilisk teeth, the manticore spine, and the manticore tooth. She'll also bring out the owlbear feather, but she doesn't think it will really do much.
He sort of pulls up the teeth for a moment. Sort of muses over them. All right. So, with a tooth like this, or rather with the teeth like this, we can make you a dagger. But it's more mundane than that. See, the teeth aren't really the cause for being envenomed. More so just its nasty bite. Venom covers the outside, it bites, gets into your system. We can turn this into a dagger. It could be good training for you, though.
Morana nods again, kind of putting down her new little codex, more monster lore.
The other stuff, it's though these are more just parts. Really, not really anything I can do with, but more so trophies. So, things for you to keep, really.
Morana nods. And which teeth did he say were
The pouch of basilisk teeth.
okay? The basilisk teeth.
There are enough teeth there that he could turn it into a dagger, effectively. Or rather, you can attempt to turn it into a dagger.
Yes. Yeah, because I had manticore spines as well as manticore teeth, so I needed to specify which teeth in my bag.
Is it one spine, or...?
I think I only collected 2 manticore spines.
Give me a second. What does it say on your sheet? How many?
I just have 2 manticore spines. That's all I remember grabbing.
2 manticore spines.
I think we took them from Either it was the nightmare himself or his mate. No, I think we took him from his mate. That's where we also grabbed her teeth. So.
Okay. The teeth I can't do nothing with for a manticle. You can turn it into jewelry if you like. Make you like a fang earring or something like that.
She kind of smiles at that prospect still.
Alright. Seeing that, maybe that's what we'll do. The spines are also mostly decoration. You can add them to like weapons, so to give it a more intimidating appearance. So this dagger that we're making for your basilisk, you can go ahead and add the spines to it.
Right. And she begin setting essentially the project, her pet project, on the bench.
Perfect. Alright. Let me get you one of the tools you're gonna need.
And from there, Morana kind of washes up from the alchemical labors and waits to begin carving.
Indeed. He would bring you, what you would realize is sort of how this carving works. And the way that it works is it is sort of a blend of taking what is effectively a broken or mundane item and then combining it with these monstrous parts. Which is how Reynold has been making all of your guys' supplies, is that he's not like manifesting a breastplate. It's that he has a breastplate and then is infusing it with the materials. So he would bring you like a dagger hilt and sort of set it down onto the counter. And then you would watch as he'd walk away for a moment and then come back and set down this sort of rolled up kit. And as he sort of pushes it across, you would notice that there are a number of sort of finer instruments here. The most prominent are these two like hooked sickles. And he's sort of gesturing and explaining all of these and goes, all right, so for teeth like this, generally you want to break it down into a sort of finer powder. Then once it's broken down, we're gonna make it a mold. Using that hilt of the dagger and some of the tools here, it'll be a little bit of a blend of sorts. It's a little bit of sort of muscle put behind it, and a little bit of blending of the arcane. How proficient are you in the ways of magic?
She kind of gives a little bit of a sigh.
Unfortunately, I'm not possessed of magic. Just other abilities.
Well, every person has a little bit inside them. It just shows itself differently. So, this is what will happen. We're gonna break it down. You're gonna use that small mallet there and break down the teeth. Once they're broken down, I'm gonna get a mold for you. Once I get the mold situated, then you're gonna try affixing it to the handle. The process should take care of itself, the rest. You just sort of have to focus. And if you focus right, it'll connect itself, no issue. If you struggle, you'll be left with what is effectively goo or slime.
Right. Cutting the teeth, make the mold, focus.
You would watch as he sort of sets down this sort of broad-headed mallet first, and then he would set down a pestle and mortar. Once you broke them down, put them in the pestle. Break it down even further. Understand?
There's a curt can-do nod.
All right. Let's see it.
And first, teeth in a bag, they're gonna get mashed.
Perfect. Slamming it with the mallet. It is easily broken. No checks needed for this, as you are effectively destroying it.
I was gonna say, she's stronger than average.
Now, what I need from you to begin trying this, to begin grinding is I'm going to need... You're going to roll me a survival check.
Okay. Roll survival.
Okay.
I imagine Hunter is perhaps silently having a little bit of a hand in this.
It would more so be the gestures that the hunter gives you. As you are sort of grinding, the hunter would bring its hand into view as if drawing your attention and would show you, sort of mimicking with their own hands, this sort of twist motion that they make with their wrist, as if mimicking a pestle and mortar. Compared to your sort of jabbing, they sort of show a push and then grind, and then push and grind, and then gesture for you to do the same.
And heeding that wisdom, Morana continues, just as instructed by her other ghostly tutor. Yeah.
And there's a moment where Reynold, sort of watching you, arm resting on his hip, sort of sees this difference in motion and sort of raises his chin somewhat and goes, you got it.
She kind of glances back momentarily with just a little bit of a knowing smirk, and then continues.
All right. Once it is fully ground down, you would watch as he presents a mold, a very simple dagger mold, sort of two-sided. He would sort of press it together until it eventually clicks into place, and then he would have you begin pouring it into the small opening on the top.
Luckily, without the need to breathe, there's no need for this, less worry of this powder getting everywhere.
Indeed.
And she'll very carefully make sure that it is filled into the mold.
With enough care, it eventually is filled up, and he would nod. You would watch as he'd grab the mold, grabbing the dagger hilt, and you would watch as he begins to walk over. And as he walks over to the hanging corpse that's there, you would watch as he sort of makes a gesture with his hand that's holding everything. And as it does, the corpse lifts a little higher until it is almost flush with the ceiling. And he would set the items down, the sort of clatter of the hilt as he gestures to it. Right? So what you're going to do now is you're going to put that hilt there. This is going to take a fair bit, especially if you're not so confident in your own abilities. So, I'll bring you some water, but you're going to hold those two things together. The way you'll know it'll be done is you'll hear a sort of click of sorts. Do you understand?
Morana looks at the setup for a moment.
I understand that click probably doesn't mean click in its entirety.
Correct.
But I think I'll know when I hear it.
You really want to focus. What you're doing is you're drawing the primeval current. It's a source of magic. You're pulling it here and attempting to fuse the two materials together. It's a little risky, so understand what you're doing comes with a little bit of a risk.
She nods. Just eyes still kind of glued to the items on the table.
Perfect. If you can get this done, we'll count that as entrance into your apprenticeship.
She draws a long but somewhat unnecessary breath, kind of to psych herself up.
All right. Get to it.
And she'll step up.
Taking the mold And taking the sort of broken dagger hilt, you would place the two together and hold them there. Now begins the interesting part of carving, which is the use of the primeval current, or the source of raw magic in the world. You, Morana Lamortia, need to channel the primeval current through yourself as a conduit to connect to the dagger hilt and the tooth blade.
Understood.
Welcome to your skill challenge.
Oh boy.
I'm not going to tell you how many failures are needed before it is a complete bust. But I will tell you that you need at least 4 successes.
Okay.
All right. We're going to go down your list. You are going to tell me what skills you are going to use in attempting to sort of focus, either through experiences or through your own knowledge, using things like sleight of hand, for example, which is a viable one. Being able to ensure that if anything were to slip as you begin to channel these energies, that they remain together despite wanting to be sort of separate, like the opposite size of batteries, or magnets, rather. This process, as you attempt to draw upon yourself, as you are not a proficient spellcaster, you are not able to cast any spells whatsoever, this is going to take 12 hours.
Oh boy!
At the end of every 3-hour mark, you are going to roll a Constitution saving throw. You could potentially leave this with no points of exhaustion, or you could leave this with 4 points of exhaustion.
Yikes.
Do you understand?
I understand.
Perfect. What is the first skill you are using in this skill challenge?
Well, I think you said it first. Sleight of hand to more or less make sure that everything is physically connected.
Okay.
My foundry restarted on me.
Nice. Very good.
Oh boy!
That's what I'd love to hear. The primeval current fucking explodes. Morana ceases
Shunted
to
me
be.
out. It was like, oh, okay, it lost connection, it reconnected, and then, no. Yeah, give me just a minute.
Of course.
Okay.
All right.
We're back.
Holding the two pieces together, you would begin to focus. And being in the situation that you are, being in this place, you would feel this strange warmth that begins to surge, not from anywhere in your body particularly, but almost around you. Until eventually you would feel this sort of push, this pressure against the small of your back that then begins to work itself up the length of your spine. This tingling sensation that begins to almost cause your bones to vibrate as you begin to try and channel the primeval current. And acting as a conduit, you begin to pull from the source and attempt to connect these two items together. You'd feel your body sort of strain. This sensation is completely unfamiliar and unnatural as your body almost attempts to push the objects together. You said your first check will be...
Sleight of hand.
Let's see it. Okay.
Jesus.
There's a moment your eyes sort of closing, attempting to focus on this. You can feel how the two objects are opposing each other. The energy here, this almost kinetic energy being channeled by the primeval current, is causing them to be pushed apart. And you, shove them together, sort of managing to latch the two together. And you would
Find that
feel,
sweet spot.
indeed, you would feel this pulse, this acceptance, where before your two hands acted as opposite sides, now it feels like the two parts are inseparable. Even as you try and pull them apart, there are these threads, these weaves of magic that are keeping them latched. What is your next skill?
I'm hoping that counted as 2. I think more. I would like to try survival as more of like potentially attempting to weather and allow these effects, kind of brace herself for the effects of this unfamiliar current.
Survival, you said?
Potentially.
I'll allow it. Let's see your survival check. There is a moment as you are sort of attempting to find within yourself a means of weathering this storm. And as you are holding these objects together, sort of your mind thinking about everything that you've been through, you would find that the memories aren't on anything more recent, but instead your visions almost flash. Instead, your vision is brought towards your younger years, the sort of scolding looks of your father, the sort of bubbling resentment that had been there, and the objects almost begin to push apart again. You could feel that sort of magnetic ends beginning to reject each other. That is one failure.
Okay. I'd like to try investigation to kind of feel / see where the blade is making resistance, and kind of focus my energies there.
I'll allow it. Let's see it. 14, okay. Directing your attention down and now sort of opening your eyes, you can see where this sort of bubbling energy has begun to emerge. Your fingertips are glowing. You can see where your veins are running with these deep sort of prismatic colors. As you are holding these objects together, you can see where there is this space that is being created, maybe no more than an inch, but you would see between them these waving sort of threads of energy, the same energy that's being channeled through your fingers. As you look, you can see where some of them are sort of knotted or caught together. They don't appear to be sort of allowing the energy to flow. They almost seem to be tangled within each other. You, seeing that, are able to sort of rotate the two objects until eventually the things untangle and eventually the threads realign themselves. That is a success.
Okay. I think potentially persuasion.
Persuasion?
The closest thing I have to magic is my connection to the spirits. I at least knew one that could work magic, albeit divine. And perhaps lips murmuring attempt to call to them for aid, or perhaps tips on how to keep moving it. Maybe see, am I doing this right?
Okay. I like it. Let's see it. With a 21, you sort of murmur out, you call out to a familiar dwarven cleric. An entity whose connection may not be that of the arcane, but is still a connection to the primeval current in some way, shape, or form. And as you sort of murmur and call for aid, the manifestation of this dwarf turns its attention at now, sort of as if being there the whole time, but sort of apparating in your vision, in your periphery. You would watch as they approach, the sort of thick beard being caught by. You would realize, though you cannot feel it, the energy that you are channeling is sort of being pushed from you, sort of creating this kickback where there seems to be a sort of current or air in the wind. In the basement, sort of represented by wind. And as you ask for aid, the dwarf would approach and sort of rubbing at his chin, sort of scratching at his beard. You would watch as he looks for a moment and would sort of step up, bringing his palms to rest on either side of yours. You would watch as he sort of, with you, begins to push the two together. And you would watch as these threads that had been sort of almost like waves eventually straighten, becoming rigid. And you would watch as these items get closer and closer together. A light begins to form in the center. It is a momentary flash, this brilliant prismatic hue, before you would eventually hear a click. With that, skill challenge is over.
Yes. Sorry. I imagine after that, her murmuring picks up above the wind.
The click. I felt it.
Now I need 4 Constitution saving throws.
Woo! There we go. Uno.
Okay. Okay.
Dos. Tres.
Okay.
Yikes.
All right. The dice giveth and the dice taketh away from you. You will end that session with 2 points of exhaustion.
Could have gone way worse.
As it clicks and you call out to it, you would see that there has been Reynold at times here, but also gone, but is there for the final product, sort of leaned against the wall. The items clicking together and you calling it out, you would feel that wave of energy that disperses from you. And your body feels fatigued. You would feel this wave of exhaustion, almost like nausea that surfaces up from your stomach through the rest of your body. And either instinctively or perhaps it's the only thing close enough to lean on, you catch yourself on the sort of counter that's here. And Reynold gives a nod. Aye, I heard it too. Very well done. Let's see it.
Morana steadies herself against the table, kind of finally feeling her legs both heavy and kind of wavering like chicken legs beneath her. An odd sensation to have both at the same time. And she tries her best to straighten herself up and would attempt to remove the dagger from the mold.
Pulling apart on either side of the mold, you would hear that sort of, again, a subtle clicking sound of the mold being pulled and revealing the sort of fused dagger hilt to this almost like matte black blade. You would see Reynolds sort of standing over your shoulder, setting down a cup of water. And as he looks at it, he goes, "Aye, very well done."
She's exhausted, but she's smiling, unabashed and broad. Even as tiny beads of sweat have kind of plastered some of the smaller hairs to her brow.
He'd reach down, sort of lifting the dagger hilt, and you would watch, now sort of seeing it closer than you did before. This dagger hilt looks familiar. This dagger hilt was something that you all had, like, procured from the Emperor's lair. And as he's sort of holding it out, he'd sort of shifted almost to show you. Again, this matte black blade, but as you look at the handle itself almost appears to be like that of like folded wings. And he'd give it a small flourish and then twist it until he's holding it out for you to take.
Morana looks at it for a moment, looks to him, and more tired than tentative, takes the hilt of the blade and gives it a look as well. A markedly smaller flourish given her exhaustion. But she clasps it in her hand and looks from it to him and back.
Did I do it right? Is it good?
Aye. You did a great job. Sorry, no, that is not the dagger from the lair. That would be one of his own. But it still has the feathers on it and everything like that.
Understood.
You did a great job. It's been a while since that hilt has seen any use, so treat it well.
She kind of just stares, stunned for a moment, and looks at the hilt and the blade that she made to it. Would I have any would I know any indication of where this hilt might have come from? Could always offer up a history check.
You roll me a history check.
Sure. Oh, did that roll? No, I don't think it did.
19. You might actually be familiar with this. Given your sort of upbringing and your sort of being closeted away as you were, the design itself is very gothic in nature. God, how would you know? Given your sheltered upbringing.
It'd be something my aunt might have informed me of. She was always She was drip feeding me information and training behind my father's back. She never... Filma Lamordia never really agreed with this course of action for Morana.
Then it would probably be your aunt who'd have either taught you or shown you what weapons like this are. And you would watch as he sort of takes it from you for a moment. And your mind sort of recalling back, having seen similar feathers on it, this appears to be a sort of a magic item, but one you'd have seen your aunt using before, a sort of like stiletto-like blade on her that at times would perhaps deliver you letters. And you would watch as he sort of turns it in his palm, and as he does, it sort of... it turns into a raven. This is Ghost.
I've seen things like that before.
Aye. I imagine you have. Being a Lemuria and all that.
There's a questioning look on her face, as if to ask the obvious, then where did you get it?
He doesn't give an answer. And doesn't seem to want to pick up on the very obvious expression you have. Turning his palm, it'd turn back into just a regular blade. Handing it to you, you would learn the properties of Ghost. It is a enchanted dagger, meaning it is a +1, and it has a property. Once per long rest, you may use your action to transform this weapon into a magical raven that can deliver a message to anyone in a 200-mile radius, provided the bearer knows their name and face. When the raven returns, it reverts into its weapon form. However, if the bird should die en route, it reverts to its weapon form and unattunes from the bearer.
I see.
There you are. Treat him well, will you?
Take good care of him.
She holds, just kind of just staring at it for a while, and clasps it very close, perhaps in her tired state, dangerously close to her body. And finds her mouth unexpectedly dry. Not just because she's tired. I don't know. There's just a heavy pit that kind of manifests in her stomach, and in a moment she's just standing there, and she sniffs loudly.
Thank you. Thank you. I know.
I didn't do anything. You're the one who made him.
You let me. You gave me a chance. You.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And she puts her eyes into her sleeve.
Right. You're welcome. I'll consider that you being done and welcome you on as an apprentice. Very good job.
She's just nodding and holding this dagger tightly. If she had any color in her skin, it would be a white-knuckled grip.
You can see he's almost like trying not to look at you. Seeing you crying and everything like that, or even sniffling, you can see that he is very purposefully sort of keeping his attention elsewhere. I left you some water on the table. Go ahead and drink it whenever you're ready. And take your rest. It's already well into the evening now, so.
She nods, not quite trusting herself to speak right now.
I'll be upstairs if you need me. He'd turn, again making his way out of the basement, leaving you alone there, sort of clutching Ghost, which I'll be adding to your character sheet.
Yeah, well, as soon as she hears the doors click to the basement, Morana affords herself the time for tears. She did it. She was allowed to, and she did it. And that alone means more to her than any magic. And it'll be a little while before she's composed herself. Finished that glass of water rather readily. It's one of those moments where as soon as it hits your lips, you didn't realize how thirsty you really were. But too tired to write as of yet. She'll slowly gather up her things. Make sure Ghost is prominently on her belt. And make her way out of the basement.
Okay. With your apprenticeship, you'll still need a station, much like what Reynold has provided you here. But you will be able to sort of make a lot of the items that Reynold has been making, or at least some of the easier items that Reynold has been making for you in the party, as long as you bring the necessary components, being animal or monster parts, and the other subsequent materials, things like weapons and armor and stuff like that. So, for example, if you were to go back out and kill some more basilisks and bring back their teeth, you would be able to make the daggers here, as long as you had a dagger and the pouch of teeth.
Nice. Nice.
Okay.
Very cool.
I would say currently you're able to make like common items. With your next tier, you'll be able to make sort of uncommon monster-like items. So you'll need more experience carving, and you'll need more experience putting the shit together.
Makes sense.
Perfect. As you step out to the chilled air of the evening here in winter, there's almost this relief, perhaps, or excitement. It's not entirely clear. Perhaps there's still this lingering effect of the primeval current sort of coursing through your veins. But it is well into the evening now. What are you doing with the rest of your day?
Absolutely going to head back to the tier and collapse. Yeah, that's the course of action.
Perfect. You can go ahead and drag your token as you sort of trudge through the town here, sort of just making your way back. Okay. Is there anything else you would like to do?
Probably voraciously consume whatever leftovers might be present, and then go to bed.
Perfect. Easy enough to eat the sort of lamb and potatoes and everything that are offered here tonight. You would settle down for a much needed rest as you completed your first day of your downtime. A successful first day, I might add. And awake on the next day. Go ahead, you can hit the long rest button and take off one of your points of exhaustion.
Whee! All right.
You would find, as you wake up, sort of just splayed out as you are, there is next to your table that cleaned up vase and the bushel of lilies that are there. A little letter that hangs from it and says, "Don't leave it at my house again."
She sees that, kind of pulls the comforter, the duvet, over her head a little bit more, and just kind of sits and looks at them for a while from the comfy coziness of her bed.
The whole day is yours. Is there anything you would like to do today?
Crafting spell. Second day. I mean, I think second day would probably be a little less hands-on than the day before. Again, have breakfast, deliver the coffee, and if there's anything less hands-on to be taught today, maybe identifying the box of potions.
He would not be the one to identify those. He would point you to Miss Irene Calverd.
Got it. Well, I guess for day 2, it would still be, once she gets there, just settle in for if there's any instruction in more of, again, the less hands-on aspect of carving.
Yeah, if you wanted to, you could be there when he begins sort of carving the Emperor and just of sitting in the back.
That would definitely be day 2.
How long are you staying there?
Probably, I would say like a typical school day, like 6 hours.
Okay. So around
most of the day.
Well into the afternoon, eventually, is when it would be done. Okay. Arriving early in the morning. Same greeting as before, as it takes several moments for him to get off of the couch, make his way to the door, open it, see you, go, "Good morning." Welcome you into the house, get his coffee, and then take you downstairs.
And whilst he's waiting, she's not going to make the same mistake before and permanently move anything. But she will definitely, pick something up, clean under and around it, and put it back. Well, he's not looking.
All right, I want a sleight of hand check now.
All right. For real, though?
Yes.
Oof. Something falls.
He sort of is back to you for a moment, sort of getting everything situated. You attempting to clean up around one of the tables would sort of picking something up and very quickly sort of wiping around where you can see just the numerous coffee like circles that are there. Sort of trying to clean those up, you would knock over what appeared to be like several of these sort of pens, and they just sort of clatter across the floor. And he sort of stops. Everything all right?
Sorry, I didn't think it would fall.
Be careful with those, all right?
She gives a nod, and as she's picking them up and putting them back, is there anything noteworthy about these particular pens?
These seem to be very nice, like ink pens. Compared to yours, these are almost lavish.
These are fancy.
Indeed.
And he's probably keeping them in like a mason jar.
Yes. They
Yep.
are in another coffee cup. And you can see that's where he has like 3 of them.
Of course.
All right. Come on. We're going to start carving. Did you bring your journal with you today?
Presents it.
All right. Take you down the stairs to the basement to sort of show you the process. And the first thing that you would note is sort of the way that he goes about it. And you would note that the first sort of thing that he does is as he lowers the body down so that way it's resting on this counter, you would watch as he takes this sort of vibrant or almost glowing chalk piece. You would watch as he begins sort of etching out or marking these sort of areas, and sort of like a butcher would to sort of denote where to cut. And once they are fully finished, that takes a good portion of time, given that he's only has 1 arm. And once it is done, you would set it down, and he would don this sort of like leather apron. You would watch as he sort of ties it behind himself. Still able to do it with 1 hand, but you can tell that there's always that little bit of struggle of tying it and fastening it. He would then reach over to the tools that he had grabbed from before, pulling up his one of the larger sickles that are there. And you would watch as he begins carving, sort of hooking it into the flesh in this very slow, methodical movement, sort of parting the flesh and the muscle and sort of skinning it with this surgical precision. He would stop at times, sort of taking a side step to show you the sort of areas that he's cutting, how he's separating the sort of outer fatty layer of skin from the connecting like muscle that's there.
Mm-hmm. And Morana is taking notes, and rudimentary though it may be, some visual aids are being drawn in.
There are areas here that have tougher muscles, thicker hide. You're able to be a little bit more aggressive when cutting. But there are softer areas like here, like the belly. You have to be really precise because the sort of connection is very thin. You don't have a lot of room.
It wasn't so much skin as just, how to describe it? Almost like the second eyelids on some creatures. Very thin.
That's a good way to put it. See here when I got this. You would watch as he sort of drags the sickle across and sort of sets it down. You would watch as he curls his fingers underneath this fatty portion of like the upper dermis and sort of peels it back. And he would show you how like the sinew sort of keeps everything together. With this, you generally want to get a smaller tool, something more precise. Sickle's good for carving, but you're going to need something smaller. Ghost, I wouldn't use, but Generally something more fine. The smaller blade, but finer point. Grabbing another one of the tools, he brings out what is almost a scalpel. You would watch.
Probably a little long for a scalpel, but
Yes. You would watch as he sort of is holding have it peeled back. You would watch as one of the spectral chains sort of comes down, hooking into it and sort of keeping it peeled back. So he can sort of work in with this finer tool, sort of separating the two layers. Most of this isn't going to really be useful. It's peppered with arrow marks, knives, cuts. But the rest of it, some of the more key components, like his spine, his jaw, his eyes, his teeth and his talons, all are going to be really important. But we want to make sure that we separate them first. So we need to peel it back layer by layer. Once we get to the inner parts, that's where we can really start dismantling a creature like this. And you're going to have to start studying how different their physiology is really from other creatures, especially their own kind. Something like this, it's far too aberrant. You can take notes, but trying to compare it to anything else, it'll look like a goddamn jigsaw puzzle without all the pieces. He would even show you how a creature like this, who should have like a number of like forearm bones, these are almost like mixed and matched. Like their length is completely odd.
arbitrary.
Indeed. Some are completely connected. Others are free floating. You would see that there are these large sort of connecting portions from the joints that make up the whole of the arm. And then there almost just seem to be these strange growths of other bones that have emerged out but have no purpose whatsoever. With a lot of aberrance like this, you run into this puzzle, effectively, trying to figure out what every piece does. And you realize very quickly, a lot of them don't really mean nothing. Some of them just grow. They can't help it. It's part of their body. Others do have purposes.
Why do aberrant creatures simply... Why do they simply grow for the sake of growing?
It's not something they can control. Just part of where they're from. Sometimes they adapt, and they sort of make themselves look more like whatever they're trying to mimic. Others are just twisted, never really able to find a proper shape. So they're always this sort of amalgamation of sorts. You'll see it. There are some aberrants that can pull it off. You'll cut it apart and it'll look just like it should. There are others that don't at all. You open it and it looks like a completely different beast. Much like this one here. Notice, it should have at least one rib cage. This one has several. More like a mockery than actual parts.
Yeah, at this point, kind of like Morana is like leaning in, kind of like looking at that as described. It's almost comedic as they dissect this creature. It's almost like looking into or underneath a car, I imagine.
It is almost that, where there are moments where like he does ask you to bring him a tool. And would sort of show you the purpose of this tool. So asking for like one of these smaller sort of hooked blades, you would watch as he's sort of severing the ligaments that are there around the sort of joints. So that way he can more freely disconnect like the one of its legs from the upper body. And sort of showing you how this whole process is done. And really, really sort of showing and you sort of understanding just how strange aberrant anatomy is, where it really does look like a mockery. It looks like this creature just sort of slapped parts together. And if you were able to really see underneath it while this thing was fighting you, this creature makes no sense at all. There are limbs where there shouldn't be. Exactly. This thing has like
thrown into an basilisk-shaped bag.
This thing has like 3 kidneys, weird connections like that. But staying there for at least the majority of the afternoon, you would watch as he's able to get the entirety of the upper dermis off, sort of revealing this skinned emperor, and has managed to remove at least several of its multi-limbs that sort of hang off of its body. And as he does, you would watch as each one sort of hanging individually now, almost resembling that of like a butcher's shop.
Yep, and she's just A-okay with all this.
He doesn't seem fazed, almost like, if nothing else, he expected you to be one of the ones that would come back and sort of watch this process being done. And he's not at all surprised that there's nobody else. So he's just working like he normally would and taking time to sort of explain things. And you can see that there is this air about him once he's able to explain this sort of return to form. Almost like he had done teaching at some point in the past.
And I think noticing that, probably as the lesson winds down.
So what was it like being a member of the Slayers Guild? Again, my family heard things about them, surely knew more than I was taught, but what was it like on the inside?
They felt like home. You'd watch as he'd dunk the tools into this solvent. That made a lot of friends. A lot of people I'd call brother and sister. Though, not by blood. And, I never felt out of place. Everything sort of fit. People talk to you like you're normal. And hunting beasts was just part of the fun, really. Going on contracts. A lot of the time was spent getting to know the other slayers. Can't really do that much now, but at least I have the memories.
Morana doesn't push farther. That's probably...
Well, is there... Well, soon we'll leave Elion. Well, eventually we will. Is there anyone out there still? If I find them?
I don't know how much traveling you plan on doing, but yeah, I suppose if you run across any others, you'll sort of know them, see him by this, sort of gesturing at his eyes. There's tiefling fella. Name is Reverence. He and I used to hunt together a lot. I imagine he's no longer an aspirant. I imagine he's a slayer on his own. So you may see him with another. And I don't know if you'll see her, beast of a woman. She's always enjoyed the sort of thrill of hunting, a little bit more than slayers often should. But half-orc Mrs. Name is Vorka.
Morana kind of just nods, pretends to seem distracted. Meanwhile, pretends to seem like she's taking notes on the lesson, but was absolutely writing that down.
And, if you ever change your mind, if you ever, decide maybe the Slayer's life is for you, just let me know. I can put in a good word with the Slaymaster. You don't owe me anything, but you cannot go back.
I'll keep that in mind. As always, Reynold.
You got a lot of potential, and you show promise. So, if you find you don't want to return back to, the wall, you always have a place.
She gives him a smile, but doesn't offer anything else to that just yet.
Neither does he, as he sort of wipes his hands down, or his hand down on the front of his apron, and then just sort of, that's over today. So,
Oh, right.
And then she'll get out of her probably apron mask situation and gloves and take her leave for the day.
sort of gives you a nod, farewell, but doesn't follow you out of the basement. It's, I'd say, around like 4 in the afternoon now. Let's go ahead. Let's take a 15-minute break.
Sure thing, boss.
Perfect. Get a drink, get yourself situated, and then we will come right back.
So how we feeling, chat? Suitably entertained? Are you not entertained?
back.
What I missed, chat? Anything important?
Oh, there's a question.
That's a spicy question. I'll wait to see if our DM would like to read that out once he returns.
All right, I am back.
Welcome back, DM.
Thank you.
We got a little question in the chat. I didn't know if you wanted to read it out.
Yeah, give me just a second.
Sure.
Mackie asks, Crown, what's the music track? The music track is Unchanging, Ever Changing. It is a Final Fantasy XIV OST. It is not Matoya's theme. How does Morana like her flowers?
Ooh, they're very pretty. Again, she's never been given flowers, so this is a novel experience.
Is she
Flowers are for fine ladies of the court, fancier people than herself.
Is she What's she telling Kellen where they're from?
I don't know. His ass is nowhere.
And would she rather they have been from Kellen?
That's a hard one.
That's a really spicy question, Ricky.
That is a spicy question, yeah. I don't know. I mean, everyone's seen how awkward she is with any sort of dealing of this magnitude. But flowers from him would, to her, feel probably a little unlike him. Like he would expect something like a genuine gift from like Kellen is something like a pelt or something that he hunted down himself and, you know, made it all nice and pretty for you. Flowers seems like definitely romantic, but would seem a little different from him. More of the like, this is the gift I'm supposed to give.
I'm following societal norms.
Yeah. It's like the gifts that he's given her previously are literally like harpy talons, owlbear feathers, and monster teeth. So
Indeed.
there's precedent there.
Yeah, for him to suddenly be like, behold feathers, or behold flowers, I'd be like, what? Why?
Like, oh,
Are these to make potions?
no, they're just flowers.
Oh, they don't do anything?
Like, he would expect that if she was given flowers from him, they would be like, ah, yes, you can make this into poison. They're very pretty as well.
Here are some alchemical flowers.
Yeah. Yes, here, have some teeth. Other people would be weirded out to receive a bag of teeth. But no, not here. Oh, I have a cat joining me.
Very good.
I failed my my saving throw. I am now restrained. There's a cat on my lap. Can't move.
We're gonna change up this song.
Change of the song.
I'm still hearing the spoopy music too.
You're still hearing the spoopy music?
Yeah, I'll just drop the volume down low.
There have not been any spoopy music for quite some time.
It's just like, you're gonna be spoopy, you spoopy bitch.
What's up, Skullthorn? You still have some time.
A flytrap plant. Like, yes, it's carnivorous just like me. I love it. Oh, that is a good question.
Has Morana's interest in the Slayers increased since given this chance to truly prove herself?
I think so. I think she's definitely a bit a bit more favorably looking upon them more favorably now. And in kind of getting to know Reynold a little bit better. Kind of not necessarily peeling back any sort of like big time secrets, but more so kind of peeling back, kind of seeing like what the organization is like, and little bits of truth about it and the people in it. And yes, Mackie, I can't wait to figure that out as well. I do enjoy having a pet burb.
It is well into the afternoon now. You have your new notes, everything like that. Is there anything else you would like to do today? The second day of your downtime.
Yeah, it's only been how many hours? Probably after the second day and the second lesson at Reynolds, which I will move the token because I didn't before. As she kind of makes her way back, she'll probably actually stop by the Wisdom's place
Okay.
and see if she can speak to Miss Irene.
Do you remember where the Wisdom's place is?
I think it was one of the. No, that might have been the blacksmith along the river. Ooh. I thought it was like this one right here, but I might be mistaken.
It's all right.
Ah. Morana spends a little bit of time getting lost.
Man, this pretty big as fuck.
Well, it's more like, wait, no, gets turned around. But then we'll head towards the Wisdom and see if Miss Irene Culvert is here.
Okay. Making your way to the Wisdom's home, this beautifully well-kept garden and this sort of like horticulture, is that the word? This display of vibrant plants that she is very much tending to. You would find already still out here, and sort of dressed in more plain clothing than perhaps you had seen her before. These sort of higher up gloves that are covered in dirt. The sort of trowel and everything else that she has as she is sort of tending to sort of the plants, sort of repotting them. Miss Calvert would stop, hearing the approaching footfalls. She would turn to look at you, sort of causing her braid to hang low. Lady Lamordia, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, ma'am.
A pleasure to see you again.
You as well, ma'am.
She would set the tools down, pushing herself up to stand as she brushes her gloves together. Is there something I can help you with?
Well, yes, actually, my friends and I found, we found a bunch of potions, and I was informed you would be the best person to help us discern what they do. It would make no sense to, well, we don't want to find out,
That they're poison.
magically. Yes.
Of course. Come inside. She would turn, sort of holding her door open for you to step inside.
And Morana is very careful of her P's and Q's here. Make sure that, any sort of dirt or mud is kind of kicked off before entering.
You can see she's watching you very intently.
And make sure that, when she removes her cloak, it's not splashing everywhere. I assume there's probably the equivalent of a coat rack very nearby.
Indeed, as well, because this front is not her home. This is the sort of alchemist supplies, or the sort of kits and everything that she sells here, little tinctures and medicines and the like. Sort of acting as this sort of front of her home, and then there are back doors that allow her to sort of move through, and sort of there is a coat rack, there is a place as well for you to sort of sit and take off your boots.
Ah, that much.
Correct.
Understood. It takes Morana a while to unlace these boots, but feeling the eye of Sauron, the eyes of Miss Calvert. Sorry, I failed at being human and choked on my own saliva for a second there.
It's all right.
But yeah, she'll kind of take the environmental storytelling that's happening here and hang up her coat, sit down, and take off her boots. Like, there's that moment of she puts one and one together and is like, ah.
Very good.
And I imagine with a passive perception of 18, she can figure that out.
Absolutely. Sort of waiting for you, she would begin walking past, making her way back towards the counter, of which she would sort of assume her place there, pulling out what appears to be a smaller kit of sort of testing papers and these sort of like rudimentary supplies that are necessary for testing out both the quality and the usefulness of these potions. Sort of sitting there, she would lace her fingers together and wait for you to present whatever you have brought her.
And, after the boots are removed and safely out of dirtying the rest of her shop, Morana will go over and from her bag remove the unidentified box of potions that they had recently acquired from the lair.
I see. You bring me 7 potions. Very well.
Yes. These were all that we found. Not sure if there was supposed to be another in there.
I do not know. I recognize the seal, but I do not imagine that these were here to be traded. At least, not that I can see. Generally, the bottles, when used for being trading, are more verbose, much more presentable. These seem to be just holding. But I can tell you already, she would pull out 4 of them, sort of setting them down. They all share the same hue, the same consistency, and they all seem to be about the same size. These are what you would expect. These are health tinctures. A rather arbitrary name given to it by the guild, but these tinctures do allow one to sort of mend wounds. The alchemical process within sort of allowing a more rapid healing. These ones, however, I do not know about. She would push the 4 potions of healing towards you.
Morana would very carefully put them back into their little spaces within the box.
She would take one of them, sort of pull the cork from it, sort of pause for a second and see if there's any reaction at all. And when there isn't, you'd watch as she pulls a little testing strip from it, sets it in, lets it sit for about a second, and then pulls it back out. You would watch as she sort of watches what happens to it. And once it turns this sort of a very similar prismatic color to what you had seen from the current, she sort of nods. Oh, this does possess some magical potency within it. So, give me about a moment, and I can identify it.
You're an alchemist by trade.
Being the wisdom, it is your responsibility to tend to the wounds and needs of the people of your town. This is how I do so. Others are more practiced in their way of faith, but this, I believe, affords me more flexibility.
Where did you pick up the trade?
From my teacher. I was born here.
8 a.m.?
Yeah.
I'd like to insight.
By all means. With a natural 20, I love your rolls, by the way.
Yo!
With a natural 20, you can see the very calm demeanor that she possesses even now as she's talking, the sort of way that she holds herself, this sort of grace and elegance. If she's lying, she is a fucking amazing liar. Because the way that she is talking, everything is sort of presented. The way she's holding herself, she's not like averting eye contact or anything. She's not stammering or fidgeting. She's speaking to you very plainly. She learned it here. But who knows if that was the same for her teacher.
Your teacher was the previous wisdom, then?
Correct. She sort of pauses, looking at one of the potions, sort of knitting her brows together. She sort of gives it a very subtle swirl, and as it does, you would hear a clink on the inside of it, and she almost seems to grimace at it as she sort of looks at the orange swirling contents. Well, we are near Ettenmore, so I shouldn't be surprised. She would cork the vial again and push it back. That is, well, more plainly, it's called the Hill Giant's Strength. It is rather crude, and I don't know about you, but I quite despise the use of body parts in tinctures that I'll be drinking, but it possesses a fingernail clipping of a hill giant. The
Morana
mixture
makes note to not tell anyone about that.
The mixture sort of draws from the potency of the hill giants, and through the manipulation of whatever the alchemist guild does, wherever this came from, they managed to draw that potency out into a liquid form. And should you drink it, you'll find that your body is perhaps a little bit more durable and a little stronger. But I'd be mindful when drinking it. You don't want to swallow a fingernail.
Morana kind of grimaces at the potion. And is probably thanking her lucky stars that it probably won't be her using it.
Pushing it aside, she would grab another one and begin testing it as well. Just sort of this very thoughtful expression on her face as she just sort of goes about what is effectively her job. It's not like with Reynold or anything like that, where sort of engaging in conversation. She only seems to really speak when there is something to speak about.
And in those probably awkward moments of silence, I don't know, I'd kind of like to take a look around, well, just from my seated position, just curiously look around her shop and see what I can see.
Absolutely. Looking around, you would see that there are a number of sort of kits that are available. She seems to possess, again, a sort of shop of her own, as well as what appear to be supplies. A lot of it's mostly like herbs and remedies that are here. Sort of walking around, you would see like potions you'd expect. Things that let you or help you sleep at night, things that help you deal with an upset stomach, things that help you deal with leg cramps. All of these potions and tinctures sort of presented with small either tags tied to them with for price, or with a ask at the counter type deal. And it is a relatively small shop. You're able to circle the shop in about a dozen steps. It's not large by any degree, especially not in comparison to the general store. But it is almost cramped in terms of like how much like flowers and like dried herbs and everything that are here. So if you wanted, for example, she sells things like medicinal herbs, milk soaked linens, neutralizing powders, restorative herbs, things like that.
Okay, Morana makes a note of the items available to them here.
Yeah, the general store is where you're going to find most of your mundane adventuring equipment, sometimes some fantastical things. But here at Miss Calvert's shop is where you'll find a lot of those adventuring supplies that you've used before, like anti venoms and things like that.
And while Morana is kind of perusing around,
So, how did you become the wisdom of Elions?
I trade under my teacher, as I am doing with young Audrey now, who, when I pass, will become the next wisdom. You're picked. I picked Audrey, as my mentor picked me. And her mentor picked her. It is a great honor to be picked.
I don't think I've met Audrey. From which of the farms does she hail?
She doesn't.
Oh, sorry.
You can see how this sort of goes, where she, it's very much like answering to the point, right? She sort of pauses and looks up at you, hearing you stammer for a moment. She's Lynette's daughter, the baker.
Oh. So she's here in town.
Correct.
Morana just kind of nods, taking in that bit of wisdom. Also that there's a bakery that they've somehow been ignoring.
There are a lot of things you guys have been ignoring. There's a butcher, a baker, a stonemason, a weaver, a leather worker, a carpenter, a wheelwright, a tanner, a blacksmith.
Oh, we know the tanner and the blacksmith.
Pushing the potion forward, she'd sort of rest her fingers on top of it. This one should be a little bit more palatable than the others. This, should you drink it, should afford you the ability to breathe water, if only for an hour, but it will suffice.
Morana's making notes of the tinctures. Probably from the journal, like putting it on a slip of paper, and then as she puts it back into the box, just kind of puts it underneath to make sure that they're sort of labeled more or less.
She would then resume sort of testing the final potion. And as there is that's still that awkwardness that permeates. She doesn't seem like phased by it, by the way. It's almost like it's what she expects, right? This is a little bit more useful, I imagine. These are quite costly, but the fact that you have one. This is known as an elixir of aptitude. It's a very sweet amber broth, but when you drink it, it sort of infuses you. You'll find that you're a little quicker on the draw, or perhaps a little bit more keenly aware of things, sort of heightening your senses. With these potions, a water breathing potion obviously allows you to breathe underwater for an hour. An elixir of aptitude gives you a +1 bonus to any checks using one skill of your choice for 1 hour.
Okay.
And then the potion of hill giant strength. Drinking it grants you a strength score of 21 for 1 hour.
Jesus. Okay.
And then obviously the 4 healing potions.
Okay. And Morana would prepare that little strip and kind of put that in the box and make sure everything's more or less labeled so that anyone who goes drinking them knows what they're getting into.
Indeed. I'm going to add them to your character sheet. Get rid of your box of potions.
Get rid of the silly box of potions.
There we go.
Delete.
Go ahead and add an elixir of aptitude. Go ahead and add potion of heal giant strength.
Just all the potions.
Clink, 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 clink. Just adding into your stuff. Wait.
It's just straight up the Skyrim noise. Brute potion.
And there we go. I was going to say my potion of water breathing vanished, but it has an old icon, so I need to adjust it.
Oh no, healers adjust.
Oh, there you go. You have identified all 4 of the potions, or rather, all 7 of the potions. And Miss Calvert will sort of tap her finger on the counter. With out of the way, it is about 3 silver pieces per potion identified. I will not count all 4 of your healing potions, but
Morana begins counting out the money.
all in all, it'll be 12 silver pieces.
She will count out 12 silver pieces.
Taking them, counting them out, and then stashing them away. She would not.
Again, it's the same haphazard way where she's taking out fistfuls of... She hasn't organized this at all yet.
You can see Miss Calvert's sort of like knits her brows together, seeing you just pull out this fistful of coin and just goes, all right.
But it is still the correct coinage.
Indeed. Is there anything else I can help you with, Miss Lamoria?
No, ma'am. That was really all we needed at present. If there's anything else, I'm sure the lot of us would be able to come by here.
Indeed. I heard your hunt went well.
Oh, yes. Yes, it went well. The beast is currently being, rendered into something useful.
Very well. I still expect my teeth.
She nods.
Good.
And makes that mental note to jot that down as soon as she leaves.
That was the not only was
deal.
there, yeah, that was part of the deal, was bringing her back the teeth.
The teeth.
Okay. Is there anything else you would like to buy here? Now that you have some coinage.
Probably not immediate, because that's kind of a group supply thing. About what time is it?
With
Probably like 5 or 6.
I was about to say about 5:36.
Okay. Yeah. I don't think there's anything she's going to buy, but I think Morana's going to do a quick walk around town to get a mental note of that bakery.
Okay.
And it might be time to retire for the evening.
Okay. Very well.
And wait, did I miss something?
Nope. Not at all.
Nope, I remember now. On the way out, though, I want to look in her garden.
Sure. What are you looking for?
DM, what kind of flowers does she grow here?
A ton of flowers. It's very apparent that as well a lot of the flowers that are grown here are out of season.
Oh yeah, these are being grown through means.
Yes.
Capital M. DM.
Yeah. What are you looking for?
Do any of these flowers look like the flowers I currently own?
Yeah, he said as much.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, he said Miss Calvert helped him procure the flowers.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah,
okay.
he didn't steal them, if that's what you mean.
No, I just She's keenly aware. Oh god. But yes, I remember now. Big brain time.
Mm-hmm. Huge brain.
I gotta make a stop probably see if we can catch him as he's closing up.
Okay. And you would. It's around 6 o'clock is when he closes up. Sort of, you would catch him as he's sort of putting out a lot of the lights. And as he sort of steps out with the key ring in hand, he sort of is taken aback seeing you there and goes, hey.
Hi. Well, I'm sorry. I forgot yesterday. I was very tired and didn't get back to you regarding the dinner thing. And I was just on my way back to the tier, and I remembered I was reminded. I mean, to. So what day?
Yeah. Sort of closing the door, you would watch as he fumbles through the keys for a moment, finding one of them, and then proceeds to lock and goes, well, I mean, are you doing anything tonight, or is that too soon? Morana? Oh God, did everything break?
Oh, no, she goes,
Oh, sorry. Long day.
Oh no, I understand. No, that's well, all right, how about I mean, are you doing anything tomorrow night?
I don't think I am.
But all right then. I'll go ahead and I'll get all cleaned up, and I'll get somebody else to cover for the store, and I'll pick you up in the evening. I'll come on by on a cart, and if you're fine eating back at my place, that is, for dinner.
Oh, you're home. I mean, I could, but a cart probably better with all the mud and
It's also a fair bit of a walk, and I wouldn't want to do that to you on the first
Oh,
date
I'm
and all
very.
that.
she was about halfway through the sentence, I'm very fast. As if that is somehow a notch in her favor. When he says the D word.
Oh yes, I mean, of course. The tier, right? Yes, because that's where I'm living. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get it all covered. Don't worry about nothing. And I'll meet you here in the evening. Come pick you up.
This time, like nowish or?
Yeah, nowish. Yeah, that works.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Do
Yeah.
you so do you see him sort of tap his knuckles for a moment? Do what do you like to eat? I didn't want to make something and then you
Oh.
not be a fan of it, so I figured out it'd probably be wise to
It's fine. Well, I'm a rather adventurous eater. um. So I like I like most things. I mean, if you have a favorite,
Uh,
then
oh, all right. I could make you one of my favorite meals.
yeah, sure. That sounds great.
All right. Do you drink wine or anything like that?
Yes, wine.
Wine. All right, wine. Understood. I will get some wine. Um, like red or you know.
Morana seems to sweat for a moment.
You know what? I'll just grab a few bottles and we'll figure out sort of which of them you like, and we'll sort of go from there.
A wine tasting.
Sure, wine tasting. Yeah,
She nods enthusiastically.
perfect. All right. Um, I don't want to keep you out in the rain any longer. So I'll see you tomorrow night.
Morana nods enthusiastically.
Yeah, this time.
This
Take
time
good
tomorrow
care.
night.
She nods and is slowly making her way back to the tier because, oh boy.
He sort of turns around, sort of uh letting you leave, and he sort of starts walking slow, then starts walking a little faster, and it's hard to tell because he's far away. It's hard to tell if he's uh, sort of excited or if he's scolding from himself for how much he was just sort of stammering and everything there.
And Morana will go back to the tier.
Perfect. Anything else you're doing with the rest of your night?
Probably taking a fresh bath and a la Silmaril, kind of sinking beneath the water and just kind of the cathartic scream underneath the water.
I see.
Like, she purposefully draws breath to go underwater and scream.
Perfect. The rest of the evening is calm and
And I mean, yeah, also looking around to see, like, where the hell are the rest of her friends? And also to see if Kellen's hanging around. To which I imagine.
great question. He's probably not.
Yep.
And or already asleep.
And just kind of. Either way, the outcome kind of gives a little bit of a frown at that. And then heads to bed.
This is day 2. Okay. Early morning, day 3.
Yep. Again, I imagine day 3 is gonna be start off exactly the same way as day 2. As in breakfast, coffee, tearing apart a monster, notes.
Perfect. Are you paying for the breakfast again?
Yes.
All right. That's another 3 silver.
That's gonna be in copper this time, Chief.
30 copper, understood.
Because there's a lot of it.
Indeed. And Gerald shows no grimace or contempt or anything like that. Just seeing that there's coin, there's still that prideful smile on his face as he puts it into the coffer and nods. I went ahead and I filled up your thermos for you, all right and ready. And I brewed it a very particular way. I didn't know that you were taking it over to see Reynold. Otherwise I'd have been brewing what he liked. So
Oh,
unless
She kind of grimaces a little bit.
he sort of pauses. Unless you also been drinking it.
when I can get my hands on it, which isn't often. I normally get about 1 cup.
You get 1 cup? I'm surprised you get any. Give me just a moment. He'd make his way back. You'd hear some clattering. Going over here asking, "What are you doing, darling?" I'm getting coffee. Just, I messed up. Just give me a moment.
I must.
He'd come back out with a smaller thermos, sort of setting it side by side. You realize just how much coffee there is in the main thermos compared to this smaller one. Right, this is about normal. Generally, what you have been drinking, what I brew every morning. So this one, as long as you don't show him, will be yours, and he can have this one.
She nods.
Right. What's different about this one?
This one?
She just kind of says dubiously, holding up.
Oh, it's strong, lass. Knock your boots right off. I don't put nothing in it. It's black.
She chuckles.
All right, you better go see him. Starts getting cranky about not having his daily coffee anymore. You're spoiling him, by the way. I used to get him to come out here to get coffee, and now it's being delivered to him.
It puts him in a good mood. How else am I going to get him to tell me anything?
I guess you're right. Make sure, though, you at least bring him out here for coffee or something in the morning one of these days. Make him walk on back with you or something. And he sort of strums his fingers across the countertop before leaning forward, resting on an elbow. I heard something about a date.
Morana looks like she's about to flee. Like that almost like flinch of about to make 120 feet of movement.
With Mr. Bolton's boy, no less. Aye, that's a good catch.
I mean,
We met at the festival, and she begins playing with her hair to an inordinate amount.
And then you went and saw Miss Calvert yesterday.
we had some potions that we needed figured out.
Mm-hmm. Not asking nothing about where your flowers came from?
I have to go now.
You sprint out.
She gathers up the coffee and is like,
Much to the sort of loud, sort of laughing of Gerald, who lets you flee out into the morning, make your way back to the Slayer's home. And same as the day before, the sort of teaching process now, sort of enjoying your own cups of coffee, as he sort of is now able to fully drain the thermos that was brought for him. You're greeted the same exact way. Early in the morning, him getting off the couch, opening the door, taking you downstairs to begin mentoring you and teaching you the sort of process of carving the Emperor. And this time getting through the second fatty layer that had resided underneath the dermis, now fully exposing all of the muscle, as well as severing the remaining legs that had previously been a part of the basilisk's more natural anatomy.
the sort of like Men in Black skin suit that it was wearing.
Indeed, sort of showing you how almost like a hand puppet, this entity had sort of grown inside and more so conformed itself to the interior of the basilisk. You can see where like those severed or like those sort of humanoid-like hands that had resided inside of it had almost like curled in on themselves, like arms tucked in very closely and sort of fitting into the legs like you would expect fitting a finger into a glove. This creature was, it almost looks like a parasite.
Mm.
And showing you all of that, he's able to further explain that sort of aberrant behavior as well, showing you how the musculature of a creature and compares it to the musculature that's depicted in a book. And already it is night and day, the difference. The musculature of the basilisk serves purpose. You can see what the main legs are used for, how it sort of is able to bound and run. But this, it's a mess. It's layered on top of each other. It serves no purpose. Like, there's so much muscle tissue here that it's practically pointless to have.
Mm.
Which explains how it almost doubled or tripled in size.
It's just kind of. Morana makes the observation.
It's almost like a cancer.
That's a good way to put it. Cancer. Something that was growing inside since it was birthed. Or, when it hatched, something that infected it. Like a remnant that was left over and latched onto the first host it could see. You're catching on, though. Once we start peeling off this muscle, which we'll probably do later, I'll start showing you how the organs work. And how a digestive system like a creature like this should operate versus whatever the hell's in there now.
It mentioned something about souls
Souls.
and the consumption thereof.
Well, this thing definitely wasn't eaten like a normal basilisk then.
I wasn't sure if it was a threat or if that's something that can be done.
Technically, aye, something that can be done. That's why I apologized when I saw this creature. It's completely different from what I expected. And having been so far from the field as I have been, I was complacent. I should have done more research. I should have went out there and seen it with my own eyes. Maybe then I'd have been a little bit more prepared. And you and your friends wouldn't have had to have risked yourselves as much as you have.
How long has it been, Reynold? Since you retired as a slayer?
15 years.
Morana makes note of that, but doesn't seem to push the idea.
I think that's enough for today.
She nods, closing up her book as soon as the ink has dried.
You'd watch as he sets the tools in the same solvent that he had done before to disinfect them and clean them. And just like the day before, hand you back the thermoses and sort of gesture you out of the basement.
And much like the day before, except with a little bit of a change today, she's going to head directly to the tier, because I imagine it's that same 4 o'clock right now.
Indeed. Sprinting.
Yeah.
Waiting for you, or perhaps just how considerate she is. You would see Guinevere sort of sat at one of the tables, smiling very warmly once you enter. Hello, dear.
Oh, hello, Guinevere.
She smiles.
You
From
can place
running, probably has mud up to like her mid-calf.
What's great about your boots is that once you stand still for long enough, the mud sort of just like just falls off of you.
That's great. That's beautiful.
Being magical boots, nothing really like wears or tears on them anymore.
The
So,
cloak, however.
the cloak does bear mud on its back.
Yeah.
She sort of gestures to the counter. You can go ahead and put your thermoses over there, dear.
Yes. Whew. Is it hot in here?
No. She smiles. Would you like to sit with me for but a moment?
Morana understands that this is not a request.
What?
And we'll go and put the thermoses down and sidle up to whatever table Guinevere has chosen.
Sort of gesturing at the chair for you to sit in, she smiles, relaxing a little bit further back in her chair. So, a date tonight.
She kind of like almost turns purple, I'm sure.
I'm mostly teasing, darling. Do you need any clothing?
Well, I still have some clothes from Malgrove, although, oh dear, I didn't check.
At that point, thinking that the fine clothes that she did have might somehow be not acceptable, that kind of like panic takes her. And she's like, oh, CRAP.
Well, we have a lot of festivals here. A lot of celebrations and the like. And given how long you've been with us, I thought it was only fitting to speak to the Weaver. I've had something prepared for you and your companions for a while.
Morana relaxes as her companions are also included in this agreement.
Oh my goodness, you really shouldn't have.
Well, given how much you have done for the people of Eliant, for my husband, for some of my closest friends, it was only fair. You would watch as she stands up. Wait right here, darling. And would...
Understanding that is also not a request.
What?
Little do you know, power word, fucking stay there, was cast on you. Power word sit.
Making her way out, she would return with a rather... How best to describe it?
Dance, DM, dance.
There is... it is more fitting to Eliant in terms of like, it is not high noble fashion, but this dress is very finely made. Comprised of two sort of patterned colors. There is the sort of white top that is there with the sort of bow that is resting across the neck that sort of falls down into these smaller ruffles. And then there is the black sort of top that is sort of the straps that go down to about your midsection and then comprise the rest of the dress that sort of hang down further with these sort of more pronounced, almost polished silver buttons that reside on the front with a sort of black bow in the back.
Oh, lovely.
She kind of reaches out and touches at the fabric.
It is a mix. You can tell that there are multiple fabrics that have been used here. a lot of the sort of predominant, or the top portion at least, comprised of some form of silk. Uh, with some fluff. Looks a little like that.
Oh, let me see. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that is very also on brand for the style, too.
And unlike some of the others, which you had seen a lot of the people of Elion sort of wearing sort of greens and the like to denote their sort of the sort of Ashford colors as well. Yours sort of match your own ensemble, your entire, and it seems that this was very purposefully made to match you.
So, contrasting, very dark.
Indeed.
Yeah, Morana spends a couple moments taking it in and seeing that it's obviously made for someone her small stature in comparison to Tyros as a whole.
Helena had, I imagine, considerable amount of fun making all of your outfits, especially yours and the your other companions, such as Silveril and Yuria.
I imagine it's been a while since the Bright Festival. To make such pieces.
It has. And I owe her a favor, too. But the dress is yours. And you don't owe me anything either.
Morana seemingly had her mouth open to ask that question, shuts it, understanding that arguing with Guinevere is a lost cause, kind of smiles at her, and much in the same way that that she had acted when Yuria was unpetrified, kind of like gives the quick hug. Like she's not certain how long it should be.
She returns it, sort of hugging you and smiling as she does, very gently patting your back. I hope that you enjoy yourself tonight, my dear. And should you need anything, we'll be here.
She smiles and kind of more or less at a loss for words, takes the dress very carefully, uh, along with the rest of her things, uh, up the stairs to get changed.
Basically, anything you need for tonight is at your beck and call.
Nice.
You have about 2 hours before
That's not nearly enough.
before
Make him wait
Dominic
2.5.
shows up.
Make him wait 2.5.
I'm sure he'd understand.
No, that's what you do. You keep him waiting. Keep him guessing. Whatever. No. That is not what happens. Morana will probably take yet another, but much quicker, bath this time, just to get the probably the smell of dead basilisk off of her.
Good choice. Good choice.
Again, he's probably not that kind of guy. He wouldn't appreciate it.
My God, is that monster part musk?
And then like, see, she would probably do this whilst slinking around, seeing if anyone else is here at the time.
Ashilde being gone, I don't want to assume that anybody else is here, especially given what I know of some of your companions and what their plans are.
But they may likely not be here at this time.
There is a very high likelihood that they are not here. that could obviously be proven different, and should it be so during their downtimes, I will inform them of your sort of skulking about.
Yes, Morana is more or less skulking about, kind of trying to, at least right now, be as unnoticed as possible. And if you want me to roll a fucking stealth check for if that becomes relevant,
Please do.
I can.
Okay.
Oof, not great.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
I'll make a little note if anybody's here in the singing tier later in the evening. I'll use their. They'll basically get a chance to see if they spot Morana or not.
And then just kind of, I imagine she's holding everything. It's just very unwieldy. Hard to sneak.
Indeed, sort of juggling as much as you are. It's very obvious that you're sort of. I wouldn't say panicking, but there is that anxiety that's there. So steps are a little louder, or you hit those creaky floorboards that you are very familiar with, and just sort of like, ah.
But yeah, other than that, Morana will head into her room and get her hair dry, get dressed, and it's a final touch. Gonna take one of them lilies, put it behind her ear.
Understood.
It matches.
Absolutely.
But also, in true Malgrove style, you never leave a place without a weapon, and you might as well have one that it kind of goes along as an accessory. So we'll bring Ghost along,
Okay.
kind of just hanging from the belt. He's very pretty.
Gorgeous looking blade. Also, murder weapon.
Exactly. It's very much a Malgrove thing. Like, weapons are not only functional, but they're also great accessories.
Perfect.
It's not there to be a threat, though. Who knows?
Who knows? I mean, it also depends on the person who sees it.
Yeah.
Making your way downstairs once you are fully dressed in this this gift from Guinevere, ghost hanging from your belt, this beautiful like matte black blade with its sort of winged hilt, and the flower very gently tucked behind your ear. You make your way downstairs, and you can see Guinevere and Gerald both just just sort of smiling wide.
I'm going to prom, guys.
They both look very, very happy seeing you not only sort of cleaned up but dressed in the way that you are. It's very obvious that they're like, we got her. She's part of the town. You look amazing, dear.
Morana is just kind of fidgeting with the hem of the dress, just like,
It's a very lovely dress, thank you.
I'm glad that you like it. If, of course, you don't feel comfortable wearing it, we could go clean up your outfit that you came with. But I think it looks lovely on you.
she's just kind of like in her own head, just kind of her heart beating in her ears, just nodding along.
Aye, you look very pretty. Is there anything you need? Was everything all prepared for you? All the soaps, everything like that?
Oh, yeah. Yes, soaps. Yes. They were all there.
You have nothing to worry about.
She's like, I'm not sweating him.
No, you're fine, you're fine. Trust me, Dominic's a good lad. And you look amazing, so there's nothing to worry about. I do see you have a dagger on you.
Oh, yes.
She seems confused at the.
Is there a reason why?
It's the prettiest one I have.
He sort of looks to Guinevere, and Guinevere looks back with this look of understanding on her face, like, yes, of course, it makes sense.
Makes perfect sense.
Gerald's like, what? Right, all right. Well, do you need anything before you go? Anything else?
Morana's just like breathing, consciously breathing.
Um, um,
She keeps fidgeting.
Is this your first date, dear?
Kind of almost a nauseated feeling overtakes her, and she just can only nod.
She would approach, very gently placing her hands on your shoulders. You have nothing to worry about. Like Gerald says, Dominic is a very good boy. You have nothing to worry about. Just be yourself.
am I supposed to bring something?
Just yourself, my dear.
She kind of nods.
I didn't know if flowers were for girls, and if I needed to go hunt something. I didn't have time to do that this morning.
No. You're all right. Trust me. The way that perhaps you could pay it back to him, if that's what you're asking for, is when we have our next festival, you and him dance together. If you would like, of course. That's generally how the signs are paid back and forth. Flowers, dancing, more courting.
Flowers dancing.
She just is trying to process so much.
Don't worry. All you need to do tonight is enjoy yourself.
Enjoy yourself.
Enjoy yourself. And she kind of repeats that as a little bit of a mantra.
Very good. I'll get you some water before you leave.
I imagine she's pacing a little bit, back and forth, and then at some point kind of forgets herself and goes like 3 feet up a rafter, just completely. Gets probably like 5 or 6 feet, walks back down.
The thing she's speaking about, by the way, sort of leaning in as Guinevere's getting water. When we have our spring festival, he'll probably ask you to dance around with him around the spring pole.
When's the spring festival?
Should be in about a month.
Morana makes that mental note of the timer of this new anxiety timer.
In a month, spring. Okay.
All right. And if everything goes well tonight, we'll talk about maybe what else, right? What else is to come? But if you're saying it's not fun, or you're not enjoying it, or nothing like that, just let me know, and I'll give the news to Dominic, and he doesn't have to worry about nothing.
Morana is just, God's bless her, is overwhelmed right now. There's so much happening, so much to process.
Super obvious that Gerald is like in father mode currently.
He's like, oh no.
And eventually, as he's sort of talking to you, Guinevere comes back, gives you the water.
Not unlike several days ago when she was severely dehydrated after channeling the arcane, she downs it just as quickly.
And you would hear from the outside the approaching approaching like wagon wheels Guinevere sort of turns her head to the side. He's here.
Morana's trying very hard to find her strength and not rip this beautiful dress. Mind your vampire strength.
You would hear some sort of shuffling outside, and then you would hear the approaching footfalls. Approaching and opening the door, you would see a finely dressed Dominic. This sort of beautiful, like almost dark doublet that he wears, with this sort of embroidered patterns across its surface. It is long sleeved, it comes down to his wrists. You would see as well that he's sort of pulling gloves off, which he more than likely was using to hold the reins, as well as these very, like, almost similar to your own garb and very similar to what he had worn at the Bread Festival. It appears that Dominic wears very dark colors, as well as like the pants and the sort of darker boots that he wears. And he, sort of standing there in the doorway, looks at you, and you can see his eyes sort of go wide and this flush take his face. Oh, you look beautiful.
Yes, thank you.
I almost feel under chest.
No,
You look
no,
amazing.
No, you. You look. Handsome, yes, handsome, very. Sorry.
Guinevere gives you a very gentle sort of push against the small of your back, sort of like gesturing you forward.
It's incredibly whole foreign idea to Morana, not on just a personal level, but even as a noble, this is not how things are done.
Not at all.
Not even close.
This is very much the sort of commoner approach.
Which is very direct, which is not at all what Morana was informed of.
As you approach, he would sort of step up to meet you halfway, and sort of looking at himself, he's like, "Thank you. I sort of picked it out. I've seen I thought it looked nice. So thank you very much.
Dark colors, they suit you.
I appreciate it. Here, I got our cart and everything situated, so he sort of would hold his hand out for yours.
Morana's familiar with that, and does so. Again, her very small hand.
Yeah, compared to that of the half orc, and it's only once he's sort of holding your hand that he realizes, and sort of you could feel it's a very gentle touch, as he sort of would begin to guide you outside, giving a wave to Guinevere and Gerald as like a final goodbye, and allowing you to do the same if you wished, and then guiding you down to the sort of covered cart that's here. This, you can see that it is very finely made, with this sort of covered top to ensure that you both don't get rained on. Assisting you, so that way you may get up into the side seat. He would very quickly then make his way back over to the driver's side to pull himself up into the cart, donning his gloves again and pulling up the reins. It'll just be a short ride, and then we'll be at my place. I went and got a lot of the stuff prepared. That's most of what I was doing today. I just hope it's not too much.
think it will be.
Not in that way. I think it'll be lovely. That's what I'm trying to say.
Sort of very nervously, laughing and nodding, he would sort of crack the reins, and the horses would begin to pull and begin to turn. And he would begin steering and sort of taking you to the sort of very large farmstead that is down here on the other side of the
Oh.
river. And you are seeing all of the other sites and everything that you've only really passed through here maybe a few times, especially during your sort of entry into Eliond. But you would realize just how large these sort of farms are, and the people that are sort of working them and everything like that, and really sort of what these heads of the farms actually do, which is operating not only their own farm but multiple farms. However, the Boltons, what the Boltons are known for is sort of their production of sort of shepherd dogs.
Okay.
As such, a lot of the families around here, a lot of the other farmers, sort of come to the Boltons for their very well-bred shepherd dogs that have been known to basically been in service in Elion since almost its inception. Like this is like a generational family.
Family business.
Indeed. And arriving here at what is effectively the sort of larger manor that's down here, he would begin to sort of veer off of this very well-maintained yard and the sort of cobbled path. And you would find that Dominic, being the sort of eldest son, has a home separate from the manor.
Oh.
And sort of pulling off, he would eventually bring you to what is his home. It is still very nice in comparison. The sort of well-maintained yard, the sort of darker wood and stone that makes up his home. And it's obvious either he takes care of it or somebody else takes care of it. Of which
They're a big enough family that they could have people do that for them.
Indeed. Sort of pulling up and stepping off, he would once again round back to your side to help you get off of the carriage, and then would begin walking you up to the door. Stepping inside, and as he sort of opened it and sort of allows you inside first, stepping inside, you can see it is a very rustic home. The sort of dark lacquered wood that makes up a lot of these sort of accenting pieces, contrasting against this sort of like almost ash wood that makes the darker wood almost, what's the word? Almost seem to absorb light. Like it makes the ash wood pop out more. You would see that there are a number of bookshelves that sort of line this sort of living room-esque area, as well as a hearth which is already burning. He would, as he steps inside, sort of closing the door behind him, he'd be like, the kitchen's right over here. If you want to go ahead and sort of sit down or anything like that, I'll have everything prepared in just a moment.
Oh, yes. Take your time, please.
And he would sort of gesture to the sort of leather chairs that surround that inn table that's there near the hearth, and he would, sort of nodding along, very quickly make his way into the kitchen.
Morana will take her time to her chair before the hearth and take a look a little bit around the room, but a lot at the books themselves on the shelves. See what's there.
Taking
What
a
sort of
moment,
interests.
to sort of look through the books, you would see that there are a number of sort of period pieces where there are things like the sort of like almost history books. You would see as well that there is a number of books that are almost like basic how-to do books, um, sort of like how to sort of like beginner's guide to like carpentry, beginner's guide to things like animal management, stuff like that.
Hmm.
As well as sort of on the top section, you would see that there are just a bunch of books of fiction. They appear to be like almost revised plays or poetry.
Okay. So keeps most of his day-to-day stuff lower down and maybe fiction where most people won't look.
Safe to assume.
Understood.
As well, perhaps the only real prominent, or thing that I would say the thing that would stick out the most would be the sort of mounted like buckhead that hangs over the hearth. You would see sort of going around, there is a corner, or not a corner, but a sort of portion of the wall that has what looks to be like a longbow and a quiver that are sort of hanging from it. As you have been in Elion for quite some time, most, if not all of the boys are proficient with sort of bows. It's sort of just part of their culture being able to keep predators away from their herds. So things like coyotes and wolves, they're able to sort of shoot without getting too close.
Okay. Again, Morana's kind of taking in the scenery, seeing what she can more or less suss out by the environment, by what's present, before she decides to take her seat and, do some final checks, make sure her eyebrows are straight, her hair's, the flower's still there.
It would be about a couple moments later where you'd hear some sort of clinking of bottles, and he'd sort of clearing his throat. You would hear some subtle murmuring as if talking to himself. And then eventually rounding the corner would be Dominic again. And he's sort of smiling wide. Um, uh, everything's ready if you're ready to eat.
Oh, of course. And she gets back up and we'll follow him.
Similar as to before, very gently offers his hand and to take yours, and if you accept, guide you into this sort of what makes up not a bulk of the home, but a rather large portion of the home, which is the kitchen. And you would see the sort of long table that is plated. It is covered with that sort of draped cloth. You would see the candelabra that sits in the center, the plates, the wine glasses, and then the several different wine bottles that are present. There is. It's very obvious that this is probably what this man spent most of the day doing, was cooking and figuring out wines.
Like, what wine do I get? Might as well get all of them.
It was effectively that. And sort of pulling your seat out and allowing you to sit. he would begin gathering up all of the food, and he would bring you out what is his favorite meal. Give me just a moment, I have it written down.
Of course you did. Of course you did.
Okay, so it is a veritable spread, but the main course is roasted blackbird. Roasted blackbird served with diced bell peppers.
Okay, okay. That seems a bit pinky out than what Morana would have thought. You know, a
Just
bit fancy.
maybe. Just maybe.
Yeah. She's like, huh.
As well as all of the other sort of fixings that you'd expect, the sort of like cooked asparagus and many other greens and vegetables that are presented. It's very obvious that despite being Tarosian, this man does eat his vegetables. As well as the wines that are presented, the most prominent bottle being what appears to be something that is served, or at least made here in Eliond or on the outskirts of Eliond. It's been something that's been referenced before. It's called Red Tears. It is a dark red wine that shimmers faintly under the light. And that would be the sort of the first bottle that is presented, as well as oh god, what was the white wine that he brought?
Just FYI, you go from white to red.
He don't know that.
Which I do.
I say he don't know that.
Oh,
Dominic doesn't know that.
fair enough, fair enough. Okay. Fair enough. You don't know that. Fair enough, DM, sure.
Listen, I'm not a wine snob. I don't know shit either. All right, leave me alone. And he would present the other two. It's very obvious that the Red Tears is more than likely the only locally sourced wine. The other one is probably from a collection of some sort. This white wine that was presented, it like the label is almost indistinguishable, telling you just probably how old this thing is.
Fair enough, fair enough. So could be wine, could be vinegar. Got it. No.
Indeed. And he sort of sits down at the other end of the table, and please tell me if there's anything you don't like about it, or if there's anything else I can get you. We got plenty of other stuff as well. I made the dinner and everything like that, but if you'd like as well, I also made
You can cook.
Oh, yeah. He sort of rubs at his neck for a moment. It's what I really like doing. God, that sounds weird.
No, I mean, I know some individuals who have a passion for the thing, if not the skill. But this looks lovely.
That's very kind of you. Thank you. It's been something I've been interested in since I was really little. Um, I used to sort of sit alongside the cooks when they were preparing dinner. And Miss Guinevere is kind enough. She taught me a thing or two.
She only ever let me peel potatoes.
She kind of says.
She's real peculiar about who she lets go ahead and cook. But she don't mean nothing bad, of course. She's just making sure you got the patience for cooking is all. Which I imagine you do.
She kind of gives a eh kind of thing.
Right. It's not for everybody. But yeah.
The same patience you might use for cooking also applies to hunting. Was that you?
She kind of points over her shoulder back into the other room, referencing the deer.
Oh. Yeah. It's sort of like a coming of age thing, right? When you're old enough, you sort of go out and you try hunting on your own. You've been using a bow for most of your life, so sort of expected of you. I went out and I got that one, and yeah, it's fun. It's probably nothing compared to what I heard you and your folks been doing.
Oh,
She kind of turns a little bit.
what did you hear?
Oh, I mean, y'all are the talk of the town. Coming back, you guys are bringing in things people never even seen before. There was one. Oh man. All the boys were talking about it. There was this big old beast y'all were dragging back. It had like all black, like feathers and wings and stuff like that, and it looked fierce. I never seen anything like it before, but I heard y'all felled it, and it must have been terrorizing.
Oh, the manticore, you mean?
Manticore, that's what it's called?
Black fur, wings, kind of a almost person-looking face.
Yeah, that's what the boys were saying, is that he had like this sort of like human face on it.
Oh. And at that, Morana will kind of describe how they had come across the nightmare manticore on their travel, actually back to Elion's. How the creature had essentially ambushed them. If I remember correctly, she had gotten the final shot on one of its mates.
Indeed. And he is enraptured. He is listening with a very vested interest. Especially as you describe that not only was there the nightmare manticore, there was a whole other manticore involved. And his expectations of it are just being massively exceeded. And he sort of so not only was it just that one, you went ahead and you killed the other one too? Both of them attacked you?
Oh yes, manticores tend to keep by their mates like that, and they can be very fearsome in pairs, especially if they are, well, anticipating younglings, in which case they can be very, very, I suppose cruel could even apply to them.
Oh man. And you killed one. That's amazing.
She kind of nods.
Oh, and my black armor? That's the hide.
That's its hide?
She nods.
You can wear that as armor?
Oh yes.
Man, I heard people wearing pelts before, like coats and stuff, but whole armor?
She nods excitedly, talking about it.
Does it do anything? Does it let you fly, or?
It kind of lets me disappear. Makes the shadows darker. And, well, if there's other beasties there, I can get the jump on them.
Makes the shadows darker. That's... The armor does that. That's... I mean, I've only ever heard of that sort of stuff in, like, stories, right? Like, I don't think I've ever seen it in person. That sounds amazing.
Oh, I mean, I could always wear it again. I mean, I will have to do that anyway. Eventually. Once everyone gets back from whatever they're doing. Oh, and I made this.
And she's going to show off. Off goes.
Oh, I saw that. I was surprised, but can I hold it?
She nods, but it's also very gingerly hands over Ghost.
Very delicately, sort of seeing the way you're doing it. He'd very delicately take it, ensuring he doesn't cut himself or anything like that. And he would hold the blade and he would inspect it. And you can see his eyes sort of studying the way that the sort of matte coloration is on the blade itself, the sort of feathered hilt. And he'd sort of like touch along the feathers for a moment and go, "You made this?"
Well, Maynell kind of instructed me. But yes, I made it.
I mean, it's almost too pretty to want to stab with. I mean, it's beautiful.
Prettiest dagger I had.
He'd very gently sort of hold it out, hilt first.
And she'll very carefully take it back.
But that one was made from basilisk teeth.
Having thought he heard it all.
Yeah, no, there's just more that keeps coming.
Again. As you describe having made this dagger through teeth, and he goes sort of wide-eyed for a moment, takes another sip of his wine. What?
Well, it's... how do I explain this? It's more so the teeth were in a mold, and there was magic put into it. I can't explain much more than that, or I think Reynold might be very cross with me.
Oh, no. Don't worry about it none. I don't want to get on Reynold's bad side. So, no, that sounds... I mean, you sound like you really care about this sort of like this hunting stuff, this hunting down monsters and stuff. It's a lot of really rare to see people with sort of passion like that. Not in a bad way. I just realized how bad that sounded. I mean, I really like how passionate you are about it. Is that less weird?
She sort of smiles and takes a sip of her wine.
So, aside from cooking, what are you passionate about?
Well, I mean, cooking is something I greatly enjoy. Albeit my father would very much more like me tend to sort of the dogs and everything like that. But sadly, it's nothing nearly as exciting as yours, I'm afraid. I like reading. I find it's nice to sort of get yourself lost in a good book. And I mean, if you like this, then I mean, I could cook a mean steak if that's something you enjoy more. Or I've been training with not training. I can't say train. But I've been learning. I've been learning from some other folks in town, uh, and Miss Goodhart's been very nice to me and been teaching me how to bake.
Oh my god. Sorry. That's out of character.
I the the bread I made that as well. So if you liked it, yeah, I was the one that made it.
Hey DM, how's the meal so far?
Let's roll. Give me just a moment. I need to slap. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
And just FYI, my foundry reset itself again.
Jesus.
Because reasons.
What? How?
It was like, lost connection. Pre-established connection, reboot. Like, now!
Jesus Christ. Okay. Is there a way to show? I can. 22.
So real good!
It's if this was used with Alaric's tools, you guys would get temporary hit points. It is very obvious that Dominic is not only like very well trained in this, but Guinevere has definitely taught him how to cook.
Nice.
Obviously, his knowledge of wine needs learning, but cooking and even baking, he has down pat.
Nice. Nice. So, yeah, I imagine throughout the dinner there is just comments of, oh my goodness, this is lovely. What did you use? What did you use for this, that, or the other? Very much complimenting him on a very nice meal.
It's very obvious to tell that when those compliments come rolling in, he feels at least a little bit more confident in the meal, and is sort of very happy to tell you all of the trade secrets, things of using like basil and numerous other like spices to make everything sort of more delectable, more enjoyable.
Nice.
Give me just a moment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Uh, he would sort of, once the meal is concluded, and it's just sort of been conversing back and forth with you, sort of learning more about your interests, learning more about like how long you've been sort of doing this monster hunting thing, if she was willing to share how many monsters has she slain.
Oh yeah, that is something absolutely that she would share, starting with harpies on a boat, not mentioning where it was going, of course. But yeah, she would be a bit vague about some details, but would mention like they also squared up against undead. You know,
That sort of causes him to sort of furrow his brows together. Undead.
Oh, well, they weren't around here. They were close to Elions.
Oh. I mean, what's it like? I mean, I've only ever really read like stories of them. Is it really people?
That's... A lot of them are shaped like people. But they become something else.
You can see he sort of takes this in, this knowledge of something he had never known before, or things really he'd only ever experienced in a book now being told to him as true. And he sort of thinks about it. How does, if you don't mind me asking, how does something like that happen?
Bad magics, normally. I'm no mage myself, but back home, we're familiar with such practitioners bringing it to bear against us. It can make hunting those mages or those creatures a lot more difficult.
I can't imagine. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
We made sure they won't be a bother anymore. That's for certain.
Well, I know you and your folks are the talk of the town, so every time you guys come back, it's with good news, at least from what I've heard. So, thank you. I know it probably don't mean much coming just from me, but
It's nice to be recognized for the things that you do.
um, you you want dessert at all?
I imagine with a plate fully cleaned.
Dessert? I take it you've already made it.
Yeah, yeah, I did. Yeah. Give me just a moment. I'll go get it real quick. And he would step away, going back, and you would watch as he, sort of rummaging through some things, would return, and you would see on a individual plate, bringing out two new clean plates. He would bring out custard tart. Um, I hope it's all right. It's really my first time making like a dessert like this, but my teacher told me I did a good job. So really, all I have is hopefully your approval on it as well.
What is this tart like decorated with fruit, or is it just kind of more so go for the taste?
It is very much a go for the taste. Like this is, looking at it, it is very well presented. A very well presented custard tart. All of the colors are right. Even the sort of texture is correct, but it bears any real like show to it. It's very much like there was confidence in making it, but the decoration and the sort of decorating it for presentation still being worked on.
Understood. Yeah. I imagine sweets aren't terribly common in Melgrove.
I imagine they find them to be very, what's the word?
Just like cloyingly sweet, like most things.
More so, like I imagine they find them to be very, like unnecessary.
An extravagance.
Indeed.
That is a bit even frivolous.
Frivolous. That's what it was. I imagine that there probably are sweets, but they're probably like they're not super sweet or anything like that.
I imagine sweets are mostly for children.
Indeed. Once you're of age, no more candy, no more Halloween.
Yeah, it's yeah. There's not a lot of sugary treats there. I mean, she would have probably been exposed to it because nobility. If there's any time there's a visitor, they probably have to have something like that.
Indeed.
But that's not their specialty.
Oh,
She kind of like observes it.
what is it?
Oh, it's it's custard tart. It's got a you'd see him sort of shift the plate a little bit, grabbing sort of the like grabbing your plate, the new one that he had brought. You would watch as he'd begin sort of cutting into it very gently, sort of placing a slice down onto yours. It's it's a it's got like sort of like a pastry on the outside, and you fill it with egg custard. It's gonna be very sweet. I hope that's all right.
No, no. I don't have a lot of sweets back home. It's normally only reserved for guests.
Um, I'm always so used to getting, you know, sort of sweets from Miss Goodhart that I figured, well, why not try to learn to make them yourself? They're sort of like a special occasion type thing. So I hope you enjoy. And if you don't like it, feel free to just tell me. I'll be sure to not make it next time.
There's that. She was just picking up the fork, ready to dig it, and then he puts it the next time. And she stops for a moment, but then just kind of just chooses to gloss over that.
Understood.
and try the tart.
It tastes just like a sort of creme brulee. It's aside from having the portion where you break it on the top, it tastes that sort of like that very sweet caramel, that sort of burnt sugar taste. All of that is present here in this custard.
And that's even something vaguely new for Morana. Like, she's had some desserts before, but this is just like, ooh.
Oh, how curious.
But she definitely enjoys it.
Seeing Morana eat and sort of enjoying it, there's this smile that takes his face. This, like, I did it, yes. As he is sort of enjoying it himself. They first couple times I tried to make it, I burnt it something fierce, and I mean, it more so served as charcoal than anything else. But I'm really glad you're enjoying it.
I had something similar happen to me the other day. It just completely just ended up like water. It was a huge disaster.
Yeah, those are always the sort of frustrating moments. But I mean, you learn from them, right?
I did, yes. I mean, thankfully, before I bottled it up and used it on someone, that would have been disastrous.
What?
Oh, a potion.
You can make potions?
I'm learning.
No wonder Miss Calvert likes you. You know, she was talking about you the other day when I went to go get your flowers.
She kind of doesn't say anything, but just looks curiously at him.
She she sort of spoke highly of everybody in your group, but she said the way you hold yourself and the way you talk and the way you're very respectful. She said that's very fitting for somebody who has the potential to become the next wisdom. And coming from her, that's a mountain of a compliment.
She said all that to you?
She kind of just like raises her brow a little bit at that. Like more so like a playful like, are you sure?
I mean, yeah. She mainly came up with it when I was asking about flowers, and she asked me who they were for, and I was a little hesitant to start. But when I told her, she seemed to know the flowers almost right away, um, and she spoke very highly of you. Like I'm saying, you guys are the talk of the town.
Not that I don't necessarily
Insight?
disbelieve him. Yes.
Let's see it.
Like, I met this woman. Yeah, no. That seems like, oh, okay.
There is the way he's holding himself. There is obviously the nervousness. This sort of fluctuating between confidence and nervousness as he's sort of speaking to Morana. And despite the sort of way that he's talking, there is, if nothing else, some truth to what he's saying. Maybe not as many kind words were used, but that seems to be the only real part he's embellishing on.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Morana just kind of like chuckles a little nervously at that.
I'm sure she was best being nice.
Takes another sip.
The sort of sitting back and enjoying this dessert. How long do you stay? Because he'll just keep talking to you.
Definitely after dessert, probably try some of the other wines present, see which ones are good and bad, and
Very good.
kind of have a laugh over the even terrible ones.
And that's absolutely what happens. Is there is the white wine, which actually tastes very good, and then there is the other wine, which has gone bad. And he very quickly, sort of taking a sip, sort of sputters and goes, oh my, I'm so sorry. Wow.
Morana just kind of is like, makes a face, does the whole thing where you like hold your nose to just put it down.
Wow, that could strip paint. I am so sorry. I was not expecting that at all.
She's just laughing it off. It's funny.
He sort of like takes the bottle and sort of like tries rubbing at its label and only manages to really sort of rub the label off and goes, right, well, um, I'll be sure to pour this out and we won't see this one again. But aside from that, he is more than happy to sort of keep talking with you, finding out your very many interests, and sort of trying to find out more about this home that you keep talking about. Not about your family, but about the place that you're from. A place where you fight evil wizards and sort of have to hunt monsters. And this all sort of captures him where it it almost seems like a book coming to life.
Well, the more interest he shows in Mulgrove, Morana is more than happy, feeling at least feeling A little bit of the wine, and B, a little bit of her own pride from recent exploits. Um, we'll talk it up, not necessarily untruthfully, but again, there's some embellishment there because, of course,
Understandably so. And he's eating it up. There's no questions about if it makes sense or anything like that. Um, the whole
she, of
idea,
course, yeah, she goes on about like where it's located, how it's a very precarious position, and of course the wall,
the wall, that would be
the bulwark.
this sort of like looming thing where he's sort of like you can see he's picturing it in his head almost, this grandiose thing in his mind. um
It's one part barrier, one part fortress in and of itself,
Indeed.
whole 9 yards.
And he's again sort of taking it all in, listening intently, and just sort of learning more and more about you. And you can see that's very much the intent here, is to learn more and more about you.
And
As
then again, of course, similarly, Morana would do a little bit more prodding of him, of course, in regards to like, again, she knows some of his interests, but kind of what he wants to do in Elions.
you would learn that uh, it's more so beholden to like the family wants. Um, he would love nothing more than to eventually sort of open his own shop. Um, but given that he is the oldest here in the Bolton family, his job will be that of running all of this, all of the Sutton farms, when his father eventually passes or hands him over the reins. And very much like you'd expect of somebody in his position, he is not going to sort of fight against it. It is tradition, it is expected, and he is sort of following in line despite having the want of something else.
Yeah, Morana empathizes with that for certain. Although, again, for her, it's in a bit of a strange way.
Um, I I want to say as well. I don't know if you're going out on another adventure or anything like that anytime soon, but I'd I'd love to do this again if you're so inclined.
Morana kind of turns a shade.
I mean, this was lovely. I'd like to see.
Ahem. She kind of stops that train of thought.
I mean, I have to see where the others are, but if we aren't on any grand adventures anytime soon, then I think it could be nice.
She smiles, still nudge. Like, not quite sure, in part due to wine, in part due to her own inexperience, and maybe not 100% aware of what she wants, but she knows this was good. She
And
knows this was a good experience.
there is no pushing from Dominic. Seeing even that, he's all right. I mean, next time, if there is a next time, of course, you can let me know maybe what your favorite meal is, or maybe your favorite dessert, and I can make it for you.
Oh, yes, of course. Might be a little bit hard to find the ingredients, but
She kind of murmurs to herself a bit.
but yes.
All right.
I,
No, you go ahead.
oh no.
She just kind of like waves them off a little bit, a little less awkward than they were before, but more of like, oh, we're just talking over each other for a second.
Indeed. I I, I don't want to presume nothing or anything like that, but I don't want to keep you here all night as much as I'd love to keep talking to you. I'd love to drive it back if that's all right.
She'd nod, not quite as like the fervent and nervous as she was before. Definitely more of a like a yes, you may.
Gathering everything up, sort of ensuring that there's nothing in the way, he would once again very gently take your hand and begin guiding you back out to the cart. You would see that there are a number of like farmhands who have basically come out once everything is being said and done and are sort of setting up the horses again and assisting you into the seat. He would take his place in the driver's seat and begin driving you back to the singing tier.
The DM has taken my token.
I have.
Yep.
It is later in the evening. And arriving, you can see that there's still the hearth burning inside. But stepping down and helping you down from the cart, he would walk you up the stairs, up to the door of the singing tier, and sort of holding your hand still for a moment, if you would allow him. He looks at Morana and, I really want to say I enjoyed this night.
I did too.
She'll just kind of like, again, a little bit of a flush in her cheeks, because kind of like beckon for him to lean down a little bit and then just whisper in his ear.
I'd never been on a date before.
His brows sort of shoot up, Really? I mean, you are very pretty. And that really that never before.
She shakes her head no.
Well, hopefully, uh, this serves as a good first experience. Hopefully, and maybe again in the future I could treat you to maybe a second date.
She kind of smiles broadly at that.
I hope you have a fantastic night. And he would very gently, very perhaps more stiff, as if having read it in books before, not practiced it at all. Lift her hand and very gently place a kiss to the back of her hand before letting it go. It's very obvious this man has only read this in books.
Morana's like internally thinking, "Oh, that's not how you're supposed to do this at all," but that's okay.
And he would sort of dip his head low. I'll see you again, Morana.
You too, Dominic.
He'd turn, begin making his way back to the cart.
And she just kind of like waits and you know, waves him off before eventually turning to go inside.
Making your way inside, you are the only person in the bottom floor of the singing tier. Thankfully, Guinevere and Gerald did not wait up for you.
Yeah, I imagine it's like 2 a.m.
But your night is complete.
Morana will sneak upstairs.
Indeed. Roll me a stealth check. Much better than before. The wine is helping, apparently.
Like, ooh, I'm feeling loose now.
Making your way upstairs, you would find your way to your room. And for the rest of the night, you may relax and eventually go to sleep. Okay. You awaken.
Oh my god! Never expected that.
Go ahead and hit the long rest button for me.
Taking a rest.
And this is your 4th day of downtime.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, y'all.
What would you like to do today?
But again, I imagine today is probably going to be more of the same from like day 2.
Okay.
We're going to attend our class.
That's right. Breakfast, coffee, class.
Becca's coffee class, and make sure Reynold knows about the teeth request from Miss Culver.
Okay. It would be that same day that he would sort of shift focus, hearing that Miss Calvert wants what she is owed. He would show you how he sort of goes about prying out the teeth of this basilisk, as well as showing you, again, the sort of strange nature of this creature, where it not only had its own, like the basilisk set of teeth, more teeth are sort of growing over them, like you'd expect of like a shark. Eventually, you would be handed a pouch of these sort of elongated basilisk teeth, and Reynolds sort of rubbing at his chin. I imagine she thinks she can make something with them. She tell you what they were for?
No, they were simply the cost of the mandrake root. I'm sorry, the valerian root.
She kind of just rubs her brow a little bit. Not hungover, but maybe just a little bit of the tannin headache.
Sort of looking at you for a moment. Do you sleep well?
Oh, yes, I'm fine.
He raises a brow. Where that moment passes where he's just sort of staring at you, sort of taking in your expression.
She'll pay him back for all his kind of stares and just give him one in return.
All right, then. All right. That's enough for today. You can go ahead and take those teeth to Miss Calvin.
And that is exactly what Morana will do.
Perfect.
Gather up the thermos and head on back.
Okay.
To the wisdom.
Making your way to the wisdom. Later into the afternoon, around the same time you had seen her on the previous day, Miss Calvert once again tending to all of her plants, and you would catch her in the moment. You would see she is sort of, her hands no longer covered in the gloves. They bear these sort of deep tattooed marks over her, like her fingertips, that sort of end at around her second knuckle. And they sort of lines, or these like contrasting lines, connect from them to the back of her palms, where you can see more intricate circles that sort of overlap with each other. And you would see she is sort of casting something over these plants. You would watch as her fingers sort of bend and weave, and as she does, you would see the plant sort of going through the process of being a seedling to sprouting to growing and blooming. And she would pause as she sort of curls her hand inward and turns to look at you. Hello again, Lady Lemuria. Is there something that you need? And if you are talking, I cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry.
She goes, no, ma'am. I do have something for you, though.
And she'll reach into her bag, or begin reaching into her bag for the bag of teeth.
Pushes herself up to stand and turns to face you, her hand held out expectantly. And
there will be, a pouch of teeth just dropped in there.
Indeed, as you hand over the teeth, she sort of like lets her hand fall with the motion for a moment before catching it, and sort of opens it up. Very well done, my dear. Did you... You didn't pay the Slayer for this, did you?
No. I'm helping him disassemble the creature.
Helping him?
He's letting me watch.
I see. Well, she like cinches the bag closed. Very well. Now that you've been letting your hair grow out, perhaps it would be time for you to start putting it into a braid.
She kind of looks at it.
I'll see if Guinevere's available this evening.
Very good. Is there anything else that you need today?
Morana considers for a moment.
How? Even basic potions, like the one you identified with me the other day. How difficult are those to make, or to learn to make?
There is enough time that's needed to learn not only the appropriate amount of herbs and other concoctions, but with your skill, from what I've seen of your knowledge, and from what I've heard of your travels, let me look at your character sheet real quick.
Cries.
So Miss Calvert is a very good teacher, meaning that the time requirement to learn a skill proficiency or tool proficiency with her is reduced. However, you have a 10 intelligence,
I know.
so it may be reduced, but it cannot be reduced further, for example. So, time necessary usually is 10 weeks, minus your intelligence modifier. That is learning from a normal teacher. Irene Calvert is a very good teacher, meaning it takes about 6 weeks to learn from her. That is generally 6 hours a day, much like you'd expect going to school. I will say, going forward, the way that we'll be doing downtime will be much more frequent. This thing that we're doing now, you should expect this more frequently, where you guys will go out on an adventure, complete that adventure, come back, downtime.
Okay. Yeah, Morana kind of asks some more probing questions in regards to potion making. And just kind of test that. Test that feeling.
Perfect. Give me one moment.
Oh, this is a long pause.
All right. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Miss Calvert, seeing your sort of interest, you can see the expression change. Where before there's always this very stoic expression, chin raised, sort of always looking at people down the length of her nose. Seeing your interest in this, she sort of pauses. Her expression softens. Your book, or your box that you carried around with you, is that yours? The one with all the vials.
She kind of more or less produces the small black alchemy box given to her via Alaric.
Oh, yes.
This is one half of a complete kit. You have some interest in this?
Well, I mean, we are constantly hunting beasts and other such things in the wilds, and it would be a shame if we only knew how to use half of it, or found ourselves without magic. Where I live, alchemy is, well, it's virtually everywhere. And I've seen how it can very much mean the difference between life and death.
Very well. If this interest holds true, and you find yourself with more free time in the future, I'd be happy to teach you.
Morana dare not smile too. Well, she dare not smile truly, but kind of give an appreciative nod.
I had some inkling that you possessed at least a base knowledge of alchemy. But to see you like this, very well. She sort of brushes her palms together. Should you have free time in the future?
Yes, absolutely.
Is there anything else you need, my dear?
Oh, not for the day, I don't think. It was a pleasure. Thank you, Miss Coven.
Have a safe night.
And she'll offer a short bow and, probably head back to the tier for the evening.
Very well. Is there anything else you would like to do tonight?
No, it's probably study notes, that sort of thing, and prep for the next day.
Okay. Is there going to be any deviation from her waking up, coffee, carving with Reynold?
Probably not a whole heck of a lot, really, until the supplies are available for use.
Perfect.
So pretty much, I would say like day 5 through
8 is when they would get back. Actually, by day 8 is when the supplies would go back, right as you are getting done with Reynolds' sort of carving. Day 9 is when they are fully available and Mr. Broadhurst returns to the store and all of the supplies and everything have been doled out.
Yeah, I think she would pretty much continue as usual, breakfast, coffee, class. During one of those days, day 5 through 8, she probably would make a little bit of a sly mention to Reynold during carving and note taking that it would be, she'd be able to bring breakfast too, but between all of her notes and everything else that she has to bring, it's a little unwieldy. So perhaps one of those mornings, since she's likely already up, they could just have breakfast there and then walk over and continue class.
Roll me a persuasion roll. I see. He muses on this right as it's like finishing up, and he sort of rubbing at his chin. I see. Yeah. Carrying all those notes, I don't imagine you have much of a free hand. You can see him sort of purse his lips together, sort of looking you up and down now. This very accusatory look.
Morana just playing it cool, just face ahead, just writing her notes, kind of gives him a look of what?
Nothing. Yeah, fine. How about tomorrow? I'll meet you at the tier for breakfast. And then we come back.
She nods.
Alright. You can go now. You can see the sort of like being talked into this.
Yep. Well, would that be like day 8, or which day would that be?
Probably day 8. It would probably have taken like a full week of being like, hey, we can go to breakfast at the Singing Tier. We can go to breakfast at the Singing Tier. And he's finally like, fine. Okay, we'll go have breakfast at the Singing Tier.
God damn it. Fine, you win.
Perfect.
Oh, my rolls. Fucking hell.
Solo missions.
Solo missions,
How it
everybody.
goes. Let's see. That's 3 natural 20s and 2 natural 1s.
Woo!
What's the worst that could happen? Day 9 is when you and Reynold would make your way to the Singing Tier for breakfast, and there is a sort of like joyous like laugh that comes from Gerald as he sees Reynold sort of pulling him into a big old bear hug. It's it's been a while since we've seen you down here, and I figured, being as it is, I thought why wouldn't I just go ahead and make your favorite for breakfast? So this morning, despite it being early morning, despite it being a not a breakfast meal at all, you would see on the sort of brought out, but more so for you guys, you can tell that there's like a different breakfast meal that's going on.
Oh yeah, the night before, Morana would have informed him.
Indeed.
Gerald, like, I got him.
You would find for Reynold, it is a country steak, sort of slathered in gravy.
A chicken fried steak.
Indeed, lots of bread, lots of carbs, and you can see there's this like grumble where he's like, I don't want to be happy that I'm eating this, but also this is fucking delicious. So, thank you. It's very nice. Gerald, beaming from ear to ear, sort of rubbing his palms together, would pat Reynold on the back as Reynold starts eating. And as he looks to you, as Gerald walks away, he sort of tosses you a wink and then makes his way back to the kitchen.
Just gonna have a completely normal breakfast.
Indeed, completely normal breakfast.
Completely normal.
You can see Reynolds very much out of his element, sort of looking around as he's eating, sort of leaned up against the table a little bit. It's almost like he's sort of like guarding the meal, it looks like.
Guarding the meal, yet also protecting himself from intruders.
Indeed.
Or, like, sitting with his back to the wall,
Sort of like, fuck.
And Morana just, like, trying not to smirk, grin, / bully the old man.
And you guys would have your breakfast, not only alone, but you guys would have your breakfast with Gerald and Guinevere, who, again, are happy to see Reynold outside of his home. And it's Here is it's just this very calm morning, and initially that hesitation, that like not wanting to be here, eventually melds away, and he starts enjoying himself, talking with Gerald again, talking with Guinevere, sort of telling them, everything he's been doing, what he's been sort of researching, how he's been training you, and everything like that. And it's a very, very pleasant morning. And as it is the 9th day, that means the shops have been updated.
Woo! Well, I mean, if it's still a coffee in class kind of day, Morana would finish up her coffee in class as usual, and I imagine we would end probably later because of the whole breakfast. I imagine it goes over into brunch territory.
Today there is no class. You can
No
see,
class.
you can see that there's like the sort of like emotionally spent. Where like if he
He's
was
done.
to carve, he would just be carving in quiet, not showing you anything. And he's like, I'm not gonna do that. Just show up tomorrow.
No. Yeah, show up tomorrow. Okay. Fair enough. I was gonna say either that or like, all right, how much monster guts does he jump onto me?
Yeah, the introvert was made to interact with people, and he's like, I need a day. Like,
Fair enough.
just give me a day.
Fair enough. Understood. Yeah, no, that'll be it. Morana would kind of see like what's in the stores now, but more so that first kind of like just perusing and seeing like people filling up windows, seeing what there is, more of a window shopping to start with.
Absolutely.
And would take a little bit of a special interest in places that offer more weaponry and shit like that.
Give me just a second. I need to pull up the price on at least one thing. Okay. Places that have gotten in like new supplies would be the general store, as well as almost all of the outlying stores have gotten some level of upgrade because of this. Because not only did the supplies from a Shildes group come back, the party, or the people of Elion, found extra supplies waiting for them on the forest border.
Yes. Totally inconspicuous.
So not only has the general store been updated, but a lot of the stores now have more supplies and or more equipment available. So, for example, the blacksmith has new services available. The general store sells more adventuring equipment. Miss Calvert sells more tinctures, more potions. And there are the other ones, like the wheelwright, the carpenter, the leatherworker, all have more services that they can provide. What would you like to do today?
I don't know. Today might be a day to relax somewhat.
Okay. A day to decompress.
Yeah. Relax, go over her notes, maybe draw some flowers in the book,
Of course.
normal
Okay.
stuff.
Then we can go ahead and we can count that as your 9th day.
Mm-hmm.
10th day. This time, Reynold does not come out for breakfast. It is breakfast, coffee, class. Although there is a noticeable sort of improvement in Reynold's demeanor, having gotten to hang out with his friends. So he's a little bit more involved in teaching, sort of showing more than he had previously.
A little bit more chatty.
Indeed. But it's very obvious that it is like the comfort of home that also provides that luxury, right?
Mm.
Okay.
And then
Go on.
I was gonna say after breakfast coffee class, it would be go to some of the shops here and probably see if she can either get some things done to her arms and armor before they go back out again, or get some new stuff.
Okay. You would find that the blacksmith, Miss Catherine Rowe, is able to silver a weapon. Either a weapon, 30 arrows, 10 crossbow bolts, or 10 crossbow bolts. That is what she is able to silver for you.
Yeah, she would absolutely take her up on the offer to silver a weapon. Her offhand dagger, not ghost, not her main hand dagger, but definitely the offhand one.
Okay. Okay. For her to silver, because it is a smaller weapon, it's going to be about 250 gold.
Ooh.
Because that pays for time, expertise, and the materials necessary to silver a dagger. Something like Banshee's Light would be about 500, for example.
Yeah, no. Ain't got that money right now, though.
She does say that if you have things to trade, she is willing to barter down the price by you putting in things to trade for it.
I don't know if I quite have as much.
The other service she'll ask about is if it would be possible to stud some leather armor.
Let's see. All right. If you are you using your leather armor, like your black leather armor?
Morana is inquiring about it. She wouldn't give the go ahead unless she knew it was okay to do that to the armor. She'll probably have to ask Reynold again.
It is doable. She is able to upgrade your leather armor to studded leather armor. It will take a few days, and as you are providing just a payment, and she'll have to source the supplies and everything like that, it'll be about 75 gold.
That's probably closer to her wheelhouse. Something that she's going to consider again, just to make sure the enchantment on the armor does not break with that.
Indeed.
Because that would suck.
That'd be awful.
That'd be absolutely terrible. And then probably also inquire about where she could potentially end up with a crossbow.
Well, I don't have a crossbow or anything for sale, but I imagine that Mr. Broadhurst will have something.
She'll nod at that and kind of
be like, oh, I wasn't sure you'd be the one to stock such items.
Well, he sort of trades with everybody, so sort of expected. If he doesn't have one, I would check with maybe Nathan. That's the carpenter.
Morana nods, makes the mental note.
Anything else I can open up?
No, I'll have to check back with you on the silvering options.
Understood. I also buy equipment as well. So if you find any swords out on the field or armor or anything like that, I'll buy it from you.
Well, I might have something, but I'll need to make sure my other leather armor. Well,
And she'll bring out the regular set of leathers that she arrived in Elion's with.
Mmm.
Been sitting in my bag.
Indeed. She sort of looks at it for a moment, sort of musing over it. Was this the one that you were wanting me to upgrade?
no. My other armor. I just need to make sure the enchantment wouldn't break on that one.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can buy this. It has a little bit of wear on it. Looks like it's seen a few fights, but nothing I can't buff out or fix. How's 8 gold pieces sound you?
Me trying to remember what the frickin' price of armor is.
You want me to history check, Smile?
Sure, I think it's 20 gold for regular leather armor.
It's 10 gold.
It's 10 gold for leather armor?
10 gold to buy leather armor.
Oh, so 8's a great sellback. Okay.
Indeed.
Yeah, no, absolutely said and done.
You are basically, because you guys have done so much that unless it is something that is explicitly in need of, or like the town is in need of, almost everything is at its barter price, which is its lowest price. Things like the tavern meal and everything like that for the meal in the room and everything is usually 5 silver. But because you guys have done so much, you pretty much have a good reputation around town. Everything's in barter price. So it's 3 silver. She's willing to, instead of paying you like 5 for used leather, she's willing to pay you close to a premium, which is 8.
Yeah, no, sold American.
Perfect.
Well, Elion's.
I'll go ahead, I'll delete the leather off your sheet and add 8 gold to your total.
Perfect.
You are 10 pounds lighter.
Woo! That feels good.
I just have so much random crap in my bag. So
Yes, you do. My God.
Oberon just has a bunch of random crap in his spell book. And Morana has a bunch of random crap in her inventory.
It's okay. I know your characters are hoarders. It's all right.
They're just hoard shit. But I do want to give back some of these items to people. Anyway. I also have to remove the vial of strange oil because that's with Reynold now. Delete. Okay, good. Okay, and then she'll check with Mr. Broadhurst to see if crossbows are a thing that came in.
Not something that came in, but something that he would already have for sale. Given some of the lads and everything like that that are already proficient in using longbows, it's also expected that you pretty much learn either shortbow or longbow, or if perhaps depending on your job you're not able to, a crossbow is also sufficient. So, if you would like to buy a crossbow, what type of crossbow again?
I was thinking just a regular light crossbow. It's a simple ranged melee.
Light crossbow. Okay. Just a moment. see what the reduced price on that would be. Okay. Light crossbow, which when you buy will come with about 20 bolts. It'll come with its own little bolt kit. It'll cost you about 20 gold pieces.
Okay, and I would be looking to essentially trade up my short bow for that. So
Okay.
would that reduce it any further?
Trading of your short bow and your arrows?
Yeah, I'll all 14 arrows that I have with that.
Perfect. Let's see. Yeah, seeing as you're giving up a short bow and 14 arrows for a light crossbow, and this short bow has pretty much been with you since the beginning.
Yeah.
He would ask for at least 3 gold pieces for the full trade up.
Oh. Yeah, no problem.
Perfect. So you'll lose your short bow and your arrows. I will delete those from your sheet. Do not worry. And then I will be adding onto your sheet a light crossbow and 20 bolts. Okay. So a light crossbow comes with load minor, range, ammunition, and two-handed. Because of the time required to load this weapon, when you fire a piece of ammunition for it, it requires a minor action to reload before you can be fired again, such as a bonus action or ending your turn. So if you shoot and end your turn, you reload it. If you shoot or use a bonus action, you could potentially shoot it again if you had things like extra attack.
Haha, rogue.
And you have, it does a 1d8 piercing with a range.
Range 80 feet, I believe.
It used to.
Oh, okay.
Remember, I changed all the weapons.
I know. I was like, I know the basic one.
How much did I change everything?
You tell me, brother.
But just to say, all right, so you were being a bit of a pain in the ass. Indeed. So all of the weapons have been adjusted. That's
Nice.
why your daggers and stuff like that, like Ghost has the properties that you'd expect from the daggers now.
Ooh.
So knowing this, as I'm going to tell you, just so that way you don't feel like you've been bought into it or anything, a light crossbow has a range of 75 feet and a max of 150.
What am I looking for? Yeah, that's fine. I assume it has other properties now.
Grab the bolts real quick. Yeah, basically what it lost in range, it basically made up for in the ability, like on how you reload it. So you're not spending like a turn not doing anything.
Mm. There we go.
All right. I'll try to see you have a dagger in there. I'm going to slap a new dagger in there. Daggers have. Where are my daggers at?
I have 2 daggers.
Indeed.
Those are the only 2 daggers I
I
have.
thought I adjusted everybody's sheet, but apparently I missed yours. Because I see that you have old daggers.
Oh, yeah.
Daggers have finesse, offhand, and light thrown. Their range has been increased from 20 to 25 and 50.
Okay. Oh,
All right.
I'm just swinging, apparently.
You stab Mr. Broadhurst.
Now I'm a wanted fugitive.
He goes, "Oh, what the hell?" It's
Little do you
initiative.
know, I was a murder hobo the entire time.
Oh my god. I'm going to delete the dagger up there. And then duplicate the dagger so that way you can make your offhand copy.
Nice.
Then get rid of, there's not. No, perfect. All right, cool.
Yeah, then you can banish the other one to the Shadow Realm. Nice.
Now you have your new equipment.
Nice. Very cool.
As well, you would note just about everything else that's available in Mr. Broadhurst's store, such as the new kits that are available, things like climbers kits, alchemist supplies. There are things that are available like sun rods, new greases for weapons, new like ointments and travel equipment, things like a warden's tonic, stimulating poultices, things like that.
Okay. Yeah, I think Morana would spend a lot of her morning kind of window shopping. After breakfast coffee class. Probably also pay a little visit to the bakery and see what else they have.
All right. Going to the bakery. It's exactly what you'd expect. It smells sweet in here. There is the sort of displays of sort of freshly made bread. You can see that there are people who are already in the process of buying it up. Miss Goodhart sort of smiles at you as you step in, and then sort of pauses for a moment as she looks at you, sort of knitting her brows together, and then, as if recognizing you, the smile changes. It's much more warm, much more welcoming.
And yeah, Morana's going to buy several different sweets and pastries. She doesn't know what she likes yet, so she's just going to, get one of those boxes and put a dozen of whatever looks prettiest.
Absolutely. There are a
Smells
ton
nice.
of tarts. There are a bunch of little cakes that are available. Like, I think the most extravagant thing that she would have, at least for today, would be like eclairs.
Yeah, a kind of a one of everything deal, or
Sure.
one of however many in this box deal.
Loading it up into the box as you approach and attempt to pay for it, Miss Goodhart very gently places a hand on the box and sort of smiles at you. Free of charge.
Morana seems confused for a moment, but then I imagine she kind of recognized that shift with Miss Goodhart and tries not to turn colors and thanks the woman.
She doesn't say anything else other than that. Just a smile and a nod to send you on your way.
And yeah, with that, it's probably going to be back to the tier. Try as many of the baked goods as possible, absolutely spoiling her appetite for dinner.
Absolutely. They're all
And
fantastic. Some are overtly sweet than others.
yeah, and whatever she doesn't Whatever she doesn't finish or doesn't like, will probably be eaten up by the party.
Left out for the party to take.
Pretty much. Like, free donuts, here you go.
Understood.
She doesn't, like, take a bite out of each of them. Like, she will actually, like, cut a piece.
Perfect.
So it's not like, just eat the thing that my mouth was on. Go ahead, do it.
Go on, eat it. Okay. That is day 9.
That was day 10.
This is day 11 now. Counting this, you would have 4 days left of your downtime.
Is this a breakfast coffee class sort of morning? Or are we done?
This would, given that he took a day, this would be your final breakfast coffee class day, where he finally has managed to extract all of the pieces, broken it down to its entire like lower components. And you would see where he is starting to sort of break apart the skeleton structure here, sort of drawing the main pieces. And he would sort of reveal or show why he wanted you to save the more important parts of this creature. Because things like its jaw can be utilized in weaponry. And he didn't know it at the time, but beforehand, before you all had left, when he told you to keep it, is because he was going to make you a blade. Because you obviously did not have a magical weapon. But now you do, a very interesting magic weapon. So
Yeah, very interesting.
the jaw is now sort of up for grabs. It can be turned into a blade all the same, or it can be turned into a helmet. And sort of showing you how he would go about using both features. Sort of showing you the helmet, which uses a portion of the jaw as like the bottom sort of portion of a visor, sort of making this very grim, almost like menacing looking helmet. Sort of showing you a sketch design of it, or showing you this very wicked looking blade. And that's how I would use it. At least, now that I have the components.
What's so special about the blade?
Well, given the way that this creature ate and its more voracious appetite, I can use the sort of the power, the latent energy left over in its jaw. And when affixed to a blade the way that it is, you're sort of able to more draw potency from other creatures.
Morana considers that still. And again, continues her notes. She will inquire, if studying the leather armor that he made for her would harm it or break the enchantment, or if that's just not something she should do to that piece.
Are you doing it yourself?
No. Miss Catherine would it be?
No. Cat's good with her trade. Should be no issue. Just know you'll be without your armor for a fair bit. So, don't go running off nowhere.
Hopefully not.
And I imagine class would continue as usual.
That's right.
And yep, after class, yeah, probably head back to the blacksmith and inquire with Miss Catherine about how long that would take.
Well, given its nature, I could probably get it out in a few days. Do you need it rather fast? Because there's another charge on top of that.
I'm not sure. A little unpredictable. When I'll be going back out again.
All right. Well, do you have it on you?
right in the tier.
Perfect. Give me an opportunity to see it real quick and sort of tell you how long it's going to be.
She nods, and of course would do that. Go upstairs, trade her book bag essentially for her bag with her armor in it.
Coming back, Miss Rowe would sort of study the armor for a moment, sort of giving it a look over, noting just the sort of impeccable care on it, and then sort of taps her fingers against it. This is magical, ain't it?
She nods.
Thought so. All right. Shouldn't be no issue. Give me about 3 days.
3 days. Perfect.
Yeah, if this was a more delicate piece, you'd run the risk of having to take more time, be more considerate, but something like this, something as sturdy as this, could knock it out in 3 days. Plus, I'm hurting for commissions, so I don't got nothing else to do. That'll be half the cost up front.
That was the 75.
75 gold.
75 gold. So half of that is gonna be. Oh, I'm good at math. I swear, guys.
I'm not. Take your time.
37 silver and 5, or sorry, 37 gold and 5 silver.
Perfect. Putting it out onto the counter and seeing the actual gold, Miss Rowe is more than happy to complete this job for you.
So I will mark that off. So that will be 5 from here. I'm going to be paying in silver after this.
And I am going to take your leather armor, and in 3 days' time, you will get your studded version.
Nice.
Okay. Anything else you would like to do today?
Nope. Sorry, I'm trying to math at the same time,
Totally
and
fine.
it's just my brain's just like absolutely not.
What are you trying to math?
Just 54 minus 37. That's 17.
What you can do is you can highlight the total and do the minus once you've had the total highlighted, and it'll do all the math for you.
Ah, nice. But yeah, so Gucci.
Perfect. Is there anything else you would like to do on day 11?
Nope, we're good.
Okay. Heading on back to the singing tier. There would be no issues, no commotion. Like I had described before, there has been this sort of serene and calm feeling that has sort of permeated the town. And of course, being in town, there are no real threats to face. And I wouldn't even call them threats, but more the sort of enjoyment of Gerald and Guinevere, who have, ever so not so subtly toyed at the idea of, so when are we going to see Dominic again?
Oh god. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, there's of course the many stammerings of
We haven't really worked things out.
just busy, like a lot of stammering and BS. But then yeah, probably take some food upstairs and just kind of like lay low for a bit.
All right.
All right, day 12.
Day 12. Anything you would like to do today?
Well, there's gonna be breakfast and coffee, no class.
Indeed.
Probably go out and maybe like set ourselves up some targets for crossbow bolt practice.
Sure. You would note that there is the sort of place behind Miss Rowe, which does have a number of sort of targets already up. As again, a number of the boys here sort of train with the longbow from a very early age. So you would be amongst that group, sort of training with your crossbow, as a number of like younger kids are training with short bows, sort of getting a feel for everything.
Yep, and she would just be kind of doing that for the afternoon.
Let's get some
Again.
test rolls in. Let's see it.
Oh boy.
Solid hit. See it again. You thread the other bolt. You feel very confident using this.
It's like, ooh, she's got some kick.
Yeah, it was literally that moment of like, when she went, oh damn.
Yeah.
And all the other people watching went, god damn. All right. How much time do you spend just sort of training? You don't lose any bolts or anything, so you're able to just keep going up and reclaiming them.
Yeah, I imagine they're not like flying off into the wilderness, never to be seen again.
You're not hitting the fucking neighbors or anything like that, so.
Yeah. At least probably to like get situated like an hour or two. Just kind of hanging around, testing out this new weapon, getting a feel for it.
Perfect. I don't know why I deleted this. It was so, like, habitual of me. Jesus. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to do today?
No, probably not a whole lot.
Okay.
Yeah, again, just, oh, what the hell is this sneak attack? I just obliterate the fucking...
Random child with their short bow. Papa, watch this! Gets fucking atomized.
Stop. But yeah, just, again, taking it a bit more easy now after all the hard stuff has been done.
Absolutely.
Well, most of the hard stuff.
This has been, aside from maybe some anxiety at the prospect of dating, has been a very calm 2 weeks with little to no issue. I'd say your biggest conflict thus far was convincing Reynolds to come to breakfast. That's really been your only big struggle these 2 weeks.
Boom! Just bat's eyes at.
Breakfast? All right. With day 12 wrapping up, getting a feel for your crossbow and feeling confident with it as well. Sort of enjoying the rest of your evening in whatever way you'd prefer.
Probably bath and maybe a nice book.
Indeed. Day 13.
Day 13. Breakfast, coffee. Say hi to Miss Catherine.
Greeted all the same. She'd show you some of the progress that she's been making on your armor.
Nice.
You can see where she's sort of using this, sort of looking at the armor itself. You can tell that she, instead of making it out of anything too harsh, sort of seeing the way that the armor is, she's sort of matting the studs as well to ensure that they don't catch light, because This armor doesn't seem to have any real reflective surfaces on it, and it'd be a shame if suddenly light could reflect off the studs.
Yeah, that's good. Very appreciative. And then, admittedly, kind of without a whole lot of stuff to do, she probably again kind of wanders the town and then kind of thinks back to something she's admittedly been putting off. And before heading out again, she'll stop by the tier and grab one of the lilies
Okay.
from her room upstairs and actually begin heading back out.
Understood.
She's going to head all the way to the chapel.
Okay. Making your way to the Chapel of Ebor.
Mm-hmm. My God, I can't move this fucking thing, Christ. There. We're just gonna... There.
Okay. Arriving at the chapel, you would find that its doors are open for you. At this point in the day, there are already people who are leaving a sort of early morning sermon. And you would see Amira, who's sort of going about her duties here, sort of cleaning up everything, sort of ensuring everything is straight and orderly, replacing the candles or repairing them, what have you, and greets you with a warm smile as you enter. What a pleasure again, Miss Nemoria. Is there anything I can help you with?
No, how are you faring?
I'm well enough. It was unfortunate, rather. We had to make a poor headstone for Francis, but
Oh,
I think the town's sort of come together for that, and just a bit surprising was all.
oh, I'm terribly sorry. Um, well, I just need some time with my thoughts here and to pay some respects.
Oh, of
She
course.
motions to the lily in her hand.
By all means, please. There's a back door back there that you'll be able to just pass through, no issue.
And she'll kind of give a nod to Miss Mira and begin heading back. The lily, once she's out there, she's actually going to bring it for Miss Strongoak's father, who has aided her,
Okay.
and lay it down at his grave as just a sort of I see you and thank you.
Remembering where it was before, you would find the sort of larger memorial here. You're able to move, by the way.
Oh, yep, there I am. Yep, it's this one back here, if I remember correctly. Oh, nope. It's that one. If I remember correctly, right?
Which one did you ping?
All the way to the left?
You start moving. There's that, again, the calm sort of feeling that is permeated, the gentle wind that blows through, the sort of rustle of trees. And despite being a graveyard, there is tranquility here.
No, wait, was it the one with the sunflower, though?
Roll me a history check.
I was going to say, I think it was the one with the sunflower because of the whole sunflower connection between him and his daughter. Nope.
That's how they get you.
Aye.
That's how they get you. It said, I've given you enough natural 20s.
Yep, that's exactly how it goes.
For a moment, your mind is adrift with numerous thoughts. Just sort of the ideas of everything to come and what all lays before you, because this may be calm, this may be serene, but what happens when everybody meets up again? What happens when Reynold is done carving and creating the items? It's back into the fray. It's back into the boiling pot. And you stand here for several moments, just thinking, letting your mind wander, until eventually you feel this sort of tug, this pull, and your attention eventually drifts back.
I'm so sorry. Get stuck in my own head.
And she'll, of course, lay the flower down.
Thank you again.
You feel you would feel acknowledgement, as if something here or beyond, it's unclear, sort of is taking in your words, listening to you, and is reciprocating, sort of offering the acknowledgement of your presence.
She smiles and takes a deep breath and more or less kind of looks this way down the additional paths and just kind of begins striding down them, kind of slowly beginning to try and open up that sense, looking to see if someone feels like talking today.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead and give me a perception check. Your attention sort of drifts from side to side, looking around as you have been, just wandering through this open cemetery, looking for anything that catches your eye. And for several long moments, as you wander through the rain, there is nothing. At least, nothing apparent. And as you're walking, eventually your attention sort of lingers on something for a second. Perhaps a trick of the light. It's entirely unclear, but you would see a figure sort of back to you, this long flowing gown, arms in front of themselves as they are sort of staring down at a headstone.
Morana, curious. It's not who she intended to see, but we'll kind of get closer. Not right up onto the person or specter, but just sort of see what's going on.
Approaching. It appears to be an older woman. You would see that she has that long braid over her left shoulder. And just by sort of looking at her, you can see that the sort of gray and white hair and the way that she holds herself. She's looking down at a grave. And what you can see is that you would see the name Blackburn right over the name, or right sort of etched into the stone. And she just seems to be watching it, just studying it.
Morana will wait a few beats, maybe take a step closer and just.
Ma'am?
You would hear a sharp inhale. She slowly turns, this almost confused expression on her face. She looks at you. Looking now, you would see just how old this woman is. Probably well into her 70s by the looks of it. She almost is like unresponsive, or at least she acknowledges that you're there, but it looks like she's not trying to talk. It looks like she's more or less trying to see if you're even real.
Morana offers seeing that she's a lady of Eliond, regardless, offers a short curtsy.
She'd slowly pull her hands from themselves and then reply with a curtsy in kind. I'm sorry. Do I know you?
Oh. No, I'm new in town.
Oh. I feel like I've seen you before.
Perhaps it's just one of those faces.
Huh. She sort of nods thoughtfully, looking at you. I'm Eleanor Blackbird.
Pleasure to meet you, Miss Blackburn.
You seem like a sweet young lady.
She smiles.
Did I interrupt anything?
I don't think so, no. I was just... What was I doing? I guess I was waiting for Edgar.
Your husband?
She smiles. That's right. He's always so busy, but I figured I'd wait for him.
You said she was decently elderly, like
70.
70s. Yeah, she's decently old. How fresh is this grave looking?
This is not fresh. Judging by it and just sort of the way that she's here, she couldn't have been maybe past like a year or two ago.
Oh, so it's not super fresh, but it's not old.
Indeed. And you know Mr. Edgar Blackburn. He's the head of the Eastern Farms.
Mm.
He's the first man that you met when you came into town.
Mm.
you wait long. That's what we're supposed to do to the menfolk, right?
And she kind of offers a conspiratory smirk.
There's a laugh that comes from Eleanor. Probably something she hasn't experienced in quite some time. And she sort of claps her hands together. Aye, that's very true. Keep them waiting. Make them think about you.
Does she seem whole or a little
It's...
bit?
Mm, roll me an insight check.
Eh.
She's whole.
She just might have been a little off kilter before she went.
Indeed. It's... You can see as well, not only is she here sort of in this, in her state, sort of showing what her final moments look like, sort of dressed in this very comfortable and sort of elegant dress that she wears, the way that her hair is made up, more than likely what she was buried in. But you would see as well, as she sort of laughs and has this moment of reprieve, you would see the features almost shift and royal. You would see that they transform, and almost instead of being old, she shows this like early 20-year-old. And it sort of fluctuates between that. Are you visiting anybody?
I was thinking someone might be able to meet me here as well, but I don't think he's coming to show face.
Oh, dearie, you're more than welcome to wait with me. I don't mind having company or nothing.
Morana kind of takes a look around and she'll probably sit on a bare plot of land, not hers, and definitely not the neighbor next to her, or probably where the space intended for Edgar, if she's being honest, and probably just chit chat for a little bit, get an idea of what she did in Elian's.
If you would like, at some point in the future, with your ability as a phantom rogue, being able to learn new skills, Miss Eleanor here, if you were to call upon her during one of your rests, would be able to teach you about medicine.
Nice.
So all in all, you should be able to swap between survival, athletics, religion, and medicine now.
Nice. But yeah, just kind of sit and chat with her, figure out what she did, and things of that sort.
You would learn that she was a part of the women's circle. Not the wisdom or anything like that, but definitely sort of believes very heartily in the traditions of Eliond. And would also question you why your hair is not braided. But more so gaining the vibe of more as she talks to you that perhaps you're not from here. And that's why there is this sort of difference culturally.
Mm.
But it wouldn't be long before eventually she too would just, as she's talking to you, sort of pause for a moment, looking around. Oh. Well, that's a strange feeling. As she sort of looks up for a moment, you would watch as her form just fades.
And at that, Morana would kind of stand up, dust herself off, and more or less continue her graveyard walk.
Okay. Now, we have been going for 6 hours.
Yes.
You have one more day.
Mm-hmm.
What are you trying to get done?
Honestly, the only other thing that she would want to try to do is, one, make sure her armor comes out nice and purty. And then two, find our guy.
Can you be a little bit more specific?
I need to talk to Hane.
Ah. Well, here's what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to roll for me.
Oh boy. Persuasion.
That's right.
Nope, not today.
Indeed. As you attempt to call out to, or sort of just draw his attention to you, there's almost a bit of pushback from Hane, where as you attempt to sort of call upon the spirit, there's this, not resentment, but this almost feeling of not now. Like, whatever I have to say to you, I'm not ready to say it. I am going to dictate when we meet next. And compared to all of the other souls that currently age you, this is not a familiar feeling.
She just sort of it gives him a little bit of a huff, but is otherwise more or less just disappointed. Like, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed now.
You trying to goad him?
If that's how he takes that.
Lemuria. He, it's, you can tell that there isn't this, how best to put it? There's not like resentment. You can feel that compared to the last time that you had sort of called upon Hane, that you stab him in the neck, and he fucking explodes because he's a ghost.
My mouse sucks.
You would sort of feel that there isn't a resentment that comes from him. In fact, I'll let you roll an insight. 19. Huge.
Okay.
It's not
Great.
resentment. It's hesitation. There is a feeling of self-loathing when you attempt to sort of call upon the specter of Hane. Where before there had been unbridled aggression, rage, there is almost this depressed feeling.
Very well.
And Morana will head back into the chapel. Probably try to dry off as much as possible. And may ask Amira if she could purchase one of the candles that the church uses.
Oh, hi. No, you don't have to worry about purchasing the nun. Are you going to use it for one of the graves?
Yes. Well, it's more of a personal matter, not here.
Oh, then don't worry, nun. I mean, they're a copper piece each anyway, so don't worry about it.
Thank you.
And she would sort of point you towards the sort of box that she has. You're able to gather up a candle, make your way back out to the graveyard.
Well, yeah, no, if there was kind of a no, I don't feel like talking right now, she'll very much respect that for the time being, and sort of actually, is there like any sort of like maybe in like the back, like those recesses where you can just put candles or something like that?
Absolutely. You would find
Like,
that there is an area in the back here in the cemetery as you go further back where it sort of is leveled into like a hill, and there's sort of like the built-in sort of mausoleums that are here. You would find that there is a portion of this hill that has been carved out and sort of smoothed over with stone and the like, where there are just sort of candles and other offerings that are made for perhaps those who don't have a grave, or perhaps those that were lost.
well then, sure. Maybe as a small gesture, she'll leave the candle there and light it.
Perfect. That feeling that you had gotten before only really came about when you attempted to really invoke Hain, but as you sort of light this candle in remembrance, it's hard to tell if it had an effect or not, but no negative emotions at least.
And she'll leave it at that for today.
Understood. Making your way back home, you would have basically the rest of the evening. And if there's nothing else, then by day 14, you would get your new black studded leather armor from Miss Rowe, who is you can see sort of proud of herself.
Definitely patting herself on the back.
Patting herself on the back, you would see that she's very amused at the sort of idea that she had, where she had sort of taken in the armor itself and then sort of realized that perhaps a more wanting to be more stealthy, and that the studs of the armor would perhaps giving you away, sort of ensure that the studs were darker in coloration. And with these sort of improvements, your armor class will improve by 1, giving you a 17 armor class, as it goes from being a 12 base to a 13 base.
Hold on. Oh, yeah, no, that's correct. Sorry, I had a brain fart for a hot minute. I
You
was
are
like, wait
forgetting
a
this
minute.
one time.
My God. But yes, neat.
Perfect. And she will then take the remainder of your payment.
Ash probably gonna be paid in silver, my guy.
Understandable. She shows no resentment towards it.
So, yeah, that's gonna be put a frickin'. God damn it! I can't.
It'll be the
37.
so you'll
God
take the
damn it.
17 gold away. And then you will take
No, I want to keep the gold pieces. I want to keep the
Oh,
gold pieces.
I see. Then you will take was it 370 silver pieces away?
375, yes.
375 silver
Yes.
pieces. You can highlight it so that way the 590 is highlighted. Then you do minus 375, and it'll subtract the total for you.
Nice, 215.
Perfect.
Losing a lot of weight, just making payments.
Indeed, making payments. Got money now.
Nice.
Everybody is happy for it. So now you have your black studded leather armor.
Nice.
Okay. With that payment out of the way, is there anything else you would like to do today? This is the
Probably.
final day of downtime.
Yeah, final day. Dawn of the final day.
That's
Got
right.
it. Probably much like she had before, smack herself on the forehead for forgetting. Go and grab another lily, and then, kind of the same as before, head back to make the long ass walk.
Meow. All right.
Yes, meow, meow very loudly.
My God.
She just has a lot to say.
Okay. You make your way back. Are you attempting to invoke Hain again?
She would try, but kind of also kind of take in the feeling. Like if there's enough like pushback of no, not ready, then she might just like stop pulling on that tether, but she'll see. And she'll put the lily by the candle that probably burnt out and just grab another.
Okay. You may roll for me another persuasion roll.
I will certainly try.
19.
19.
Give me just a moment.
See, I'm sorry for taking forever, guys. I thought this was gonna be big bang boom, 2 hours. We're good. Fuck.
This was gonna happen. This was gonna happen.
Okay.
We are gonna save the Hain talk
Oh,
for next downtime
okay.
because there's a lot to unpack here. And I'm hungry.
Okay. So I imagine I get a not today, but soon.
Soon. And you can see that before, where there had been that sort of hesitation, it's been stifled somewhat. The hesitation not as prominent as the idea, the conviction behind soon.
And with that, she more or less gives a nod and offers the memorial a more formal bow, as one would offer to a lord. And head back home to the tier and again treat herself to what she does not yet know as probably the last day of comfort for a while, for their next stretch of adventure.
Doom.
Doom. Doom.
Perfect. Making your way back, you enjoy this final day. The last 24 hours of comfort. And as the day settles, and as the dawn begins to wake on a new day, a new week, and new dangers that lay before you for you and your companions, the prospect of fighting the terror, of hunting the last mark, the phase spider who resides in the world below. You enjoy this calm before the storm. And that's what we're going to call it for tonight.
Again, when we started this, I was like, 2.5 hours. Bish, bash, bosh. I can't stop talking once you get me started.
There is no issues whatsoever with time. Like I said, it could take 30 minutes or it could take 6 hours. And I meant that quite literally because there are people who haven't had enough time to explore their own characters and really want to explore them, or there are things that have been waiting for them in the wings. So I imagine that the Shield Day taking 4.5, almost 5, with combat encounters, role playing, and the like, and this just being pure role play, I imagine almost everybody is going to be a very similar experience. I don't imagine there's going to be a solo session that goes under an hour. So.
Oh God. But yeah, no, thanks. Thanks for this opportunity. I really enjoyed it. I think it went pretty well.
I agree. The hope as well is that, like I said, the adventures that you guys will be going on will be more focused on that singular task instead of being so like broad and open as it has been, with you guys having the opportunity to return and do downtime like this again, because I'll need downtime to start prepping your next length of the adventure. So this will be a reoccurring occurrence for all of you guys, so that way you guys can really get the feel of your characters and really feel or sort of expand upon them like you haven't been able to before.
Nice. Good times.
Perfect. I'm starving.
Fair.
All right, so this is what's gonna happen. This is what's gonna happen, guys. I'm gonna go get some food. I'm gonna see what Kellen is doing. I'm gonna see what time he has to go to bed. If it is soon, then his session will not be tonight. It'll be tomorrow. Probably with Alarix as well. Yeah. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go on break, and if there's no other session, then I'm gonna call it there and just work on some stuff. But if there is, we'll see how it goes. But thank you for playing, homie. It was a ton of fun.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna put everything on break, and then I'll be back.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go collapse chat. It was wonderful, and I'll see y'all next time in CTF.
Indeed. Rest well, homie.
Good night.
All right, guys. I'm gonna put everything on break. I'll be back. I'm gonna get some food. Start to figure out the situation, and if it takes too long, then I'll come back and I'll just end the stream. But you guys have been fantastic. Thank you guys so much for coming out to the solos, the side quest. It was a ton of fun, and I'll be back. All right, y'all. There is not going to be enough time to do another solo session, and I'm starving. So, this is what's going to happen. I went in the stream. Usually, there wouldn't be a stream tomorrow, but there will be a stream tomorrow, as we'll be doing more solo sessions. What else? That's it. That's pretty much it. Yeah. I hope you guys have a fantastic night. Let's see. God, today's session was a lot of fun. So, both of the solo sessions have been a great time. So, oh shit, I missed both. My God, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm incredibly sorry. 01, if you're still here, thank you very much for the resub for 17 months. Holy shit. Incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Octal, thank you very much for the 18 months. My God. Almost 2 years, brother. 2 years we have almost been together. What an exciting time. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate you. And of course, thank you for all your help with the Discord, brother. And Toby, my friend, welcome. Thank you very much for the 18 months. Incredibly kind of you, brother. Always happy to see your name. And I hope that you're having a fantastic day. What else? I think that's it. To all the new followers who joined tonight because of the solo session, howdy. Welcome. I'm the Crown DM. I'm a 5th edition Dungeon Master who runs games in his own homebrew setting, the world of Adis. What you just saw was one of several side quests that our party partakes in. This is what's known as a solo session, a individual party member who goes off to do their own thing during downtime. So over the course of 2 weeks, Morana and Ashilde both have gone off to do their own things for wildly different reasons. And at the end of the 2 weeks, when we reconvene, 2 weeks will have passed, and the party will be able to converse and talk about everything that has happened. And I'm very excited for that. The next this next side quest, Rookie, should be today. It'll be later today because it's already 2 a.m., which means it's Thursday. That's right, Thursday. So we will do another solo session today and potentially 2 of them. Who knows? Smile. And that's it. That's it for me. Join the Discord where all the cool people hang out. And how many hours? Oh God, I can't tell you that, Rookie. I have no idea. I wish I could tell you. I wish I knew. Join the Discord where all the cool people hang out, where all the fan art's at. Follow the Twitter for notifications of when I go live. Subscribe to the YouTube for VODs. And exclamation rogue to use my referral link and use code CROWN to get 20% off any products you buy using Rogue Energy. It's an energy supplement meant to replace caffeine and energy drinks. If you find that you're drinking a lot of it, don't worry. This will provide you all the energy without the crash. As well, every time you guys use that code, you kick back a little bit to me, and I am incredibly grateful for it. So thank you so much. Grateful of it. Not for it, my words. I've been fumbling a lot tonight. Sorry. Those of you that have used it, thank you very much. You guys are helping me out, and I appreciate it. Within this month or within the next month in June, hopefully I'll have the Patreon started. So we'll see what happens, but please look forward to it. Hello, Ronish. You just woke up. We're closing off the stream. Everybody's going to bed. Everybody's hanging out. Hopefully. It's not guaranteed. I don't know. I still have to figure out the whole process behind it and see if people will even want to do it. So yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. We are gonna go raid ADHD Adventures, as they're doing some D&D stuff. So we're gonna go raid them. Thanks for the great time. Thank you, Rookie, for hanging out. I appreciate you. Baby steps, of course. That's right. We're gonna go raid ADHD Adventures. I hope you guys have a fantastic night. I hope you take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. And I will see you all later. Remember, we pass the crown to you. Good night, everybody.